never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, what do you say? Ready to kick it into gear? Get this new week started. Looks like we got us a Monday. We'll be talking 6th day of June. June 6, 2022. Time zone to time zone. It's we close out the weekend. Yeah, that was a quick one, wasn't it? Didn't we just get that weekend started? Wow. Well, I trust you had a good weekend. What's on the slate as we get the new week started? Yeah, well, as far as your travel conditions are concerned, there are a few areas that are going to be slowing you down tonight. Rain, rain, rain. All right, you got your general shower activity through parts of, especially the northern half of Michigan. A lot of rain in central and pushing into southern portions of Wisconsin. Rain's moving into Madison at this hour. Southern Minnesota, eastern half of Iowa. Rain should begin winding down in Des Moines next hour or so, but rain from Des Moines to Mason City to Waterloo and over to Dubuque. Then we do see some stronger showers, thunderstorms, especially south central Kansas areas. Let's see, between Dodge City and Wichita, right about dead center there. Some of those prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, heavy showers down toward the Kansas-Oklahoma line. A lot of rain up in northern portions of Kansas as well. Even some shower activity in south central Nebraska. Looks like that's going to be the zone we'll be kind of focusing on over the next several days. Thunderstorms have been lurking across much of the plains for several days. Yeah, the Northeast had a rather nice stretch. Calm, dry conditions, complete with low humidity, seasonables, late spring temperatures over the weekend. But according to forecasters, we're looking at a change on the way. Rain, thunderstorms, the surge in humidity about to make a return. Kind of an unsettled first half of the week in the plains. Some of these storms may even turn severe. Now, we saw some intense storms ongoing across the plains Saturday. Storm Prediction Center received nearly 40 reports of severe weather, including 2 tornadoes near the Colorado-Kansas state line. Up into Curtis, Nebraska, hail the size of baseballs reported. Then early Sunday morning, another line of strong storms tracked across Kansas. Heavy rain, lots of lightning to the Wichita area. As we wrap up the weekend here, those stronger storms continue to cross a swath of the heartland, stretching from Colorado into parts of Nebraska. Now, Wichita, you will once again be threatened by these stronger storms, along with cities such as North Platte, Nebraska, Topeka, Kansas, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Could see very strong straight-line winds, damaging winds, up to maybe 90 miles per hour. That threat continues over many of those same areas throughout the day Monday, forming just east of the Rockies, then moving eastward during the evening and nighttime hours, which is a pretty common setup for this time of year. Many of these severe storms early this week will be occurring during the nighttime hours, obviously increasing the danger they pose. On both days, severe storms, especially hazardous for travelers on interstates such as I-35, 70, and 80. Sudden bursts of wind can cause tractor-trailers and other high-profile vehicles to swerve or maybe even tip over. Hail large enough to dent vehicles, crack windshields. Drivers should avoid stopping under overpasses to avoid a hailstorm. This can actually clog the roads and create more accidents. There's the potential for today, Monday's storms, to ultimately form into a pretty fast-moving squall line overnight, which is going to push the threat of damaging winds further east across Kansas. Kind of sounds like 24 hours from now we'll be looking at some of the same areas. All right, meanwhile, an additional thunderstorm and pockets of rain will develop further to the east. We'll see first a front slowly pushing eastward across the country. And when you combine that with the surge of moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, that's going to allow a swath of rain and storms to develop. There's going to be a corridor of tropical moisture streaming out of the Gulf of Mexico, according to AccuWeather, pushing into the plains. Now, that flow of Gulf air providing the fuel for rounds of heavy showers and thunderstorms. So to start the week this week, these showers and storms likely to be centered over the Midwest and parts of the Ohio Valley. Residents in, say, from Chicago to Detroit and, yes, to Cincinnati, probably going to be needing the umbrella at this point in time. Especially if you've got outdoor activities planned, you may have to reconsider. Shouldn't be talking about any major severe risk. We could see a storm or two on the stronger side, some gusty winds, but probably not going to be seeing storms reach the severe criteria. By Tuesday, storms continue to progress eastward, becoming centered over the northeast. So get ready, cities like Baltimore, Pittsburgh, PA, Buffalo, New York. You'll have your stretch of dry, pleasant weather come to a sudden end during the afternoon and evening hours on Tuesday. Much like areas further west, any storms on Tuesday probably not going to reach the severe limits, but many locations will have rain as opposed to thunder and lightning. Conditions may change as those storms approach. Aside from any rain, the uptick in humidity, that'll be another notable aspect of this system. While the Midwest and the Northeast have enjoyed some pretty dry, comfortable air as of late, that Gulf moisture is going to be changing things. The dew point temperature, just how much moisture is in the atmosphere, may rise over 30 degrees as this system approaches. Now, the values have generally been between 30 and 50 as of late. Now you're talking getting dew points as high as 70, and that's the fuel for showers and thunderstorms. Lots of moisture streaming into the atmosphere. Of course, the focus late last week, as we were preparing for the weekend, was the tropics, right? We were all watching for a storm potentially to impact Florida, which indeed it did. It did not reach the tropical storm threshold till well after crossing Florida. Alex, yes, Alex is out there over the Atlantic now, but no longer any threat to the USA. Some of the early models had shown the storm could maybe crawl up the East Coast, impacting the Carolinas and on up into Virginia. Alex decided to take that more easterly track, so heading out to the east, sustained winds, I think, are now in excess of 60 miles per hour. Not anticipated to reach hurricane status. But again, the only concern out there is going to be for the shipping interests. At the same time, we could see some rough seas along the eastern seaboard early this week as that system continues to depart out into the Atlantic. Eventually, it'll just fizzle out and fade away. Meanwhile, we're looking at the heat levels ready to really crank up, more typical of midsummer across the Southwest this week. Decades-old records could be in jeopardy with this early season sizzle, as they describe it. We're looking at a northward bulge in the jet stream that's going to expand and strengthen this week, especially the second half of the week. Adding that this is going to set the stage for some of the hottest weather we've seen so far this year. The heat only becoming more intense as the week progresses. The first 110-degree day is in the forecast for Phoenix, Arizona, Palm Springs, California later this week. The average first 110-degree day in the Phoenix area, typically about June the 18th, so maybe just a few days early, but pretty much right on schedule. If you look at the last 20-year average, although the arrival time for the heat, nothing out of the ordinary for this part of the country, but thermometers could approach daily record highs with this weather pattern. Some of those records going back maybe nearly 50 years. In the high elevation city of Flagstaff, where average highs prior to the middle of June are typically in the upper 70s. June 10th, a record of 87 that has stood for 112 years may very well be in jeopardy this week here, come midweek Wednesday. Death Valley, California, home to some of the highest temperatures ever recorded, expected to reach the upper 110s, so the one teens. By the time we get into next weekend, California's Central Valley will also be sizzling. Yeah, some of the most widespread, intense, long-lasting heat so far this year. They will be describing this as a heat wave. Daytime temps likely to be at the century mark for much of the valley, from Sacramento southward. Fresno expected to reach record levels about 105 by late this week. Looking ahead toward Friday and Saturday. So this is going to actually warrant some special attention for people with outdoor activities and jobs in the outdoors, in the offing. The hot pattern is going to be a rather dry pattern across the region as well. We may see a slight uptick in moisture across Arizona and New Mexico late this week. That could ignite some thunderstorms. But these are going to be those storms that have very little, or in some cases, no rain in the high terrain. In those cases, the concern is always lightning, dry storms, possibly sparking wildfires. That'll probably be some of the discussion later this week. All right, again, hope you had a good weekend. What do we got out of the box here? Hello to Todd, first on Facebook. Horse feathers, I guess back at the home 20. No fire engine, no fire truck. Maybe he'll give us the breakdown what happened. So, hello to Philly Dan. Morning from the city with the best cheesesteaks, water ice, Philly pretzels, and the biggest potholes you've ever seen. And Dr. Oz did win. Is that right? I'll have to do a quick. I did not catch. I know the recount had been going on this past week there. How about that? Dr. Oz holds on after the recount. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Roy is on board. There's High Pressure Pumpkin here on a Monday. Let's roll. Let's see. Cookie checking in. Looking for the Sandman. Listening to the show in the meantime. Just a salute to all the truck drivers out there. Good to have you with us, Cookie. I guess I'll be talking you to sleep here, right? That sounds like the plan. Chevy guy, what do we got here? My pre-trick found the coffee cup holder in the dark. Coffee in the mail. Let's roll. There's Truck and Troy. Morning, Steve. 64 degrees in Homer, Michigan. At the home of the cool old trucks. All right. Hello to 007. Richard checks in from Central Florida. 74 degrees at this hour. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a comfortable 66 here in the Hoosier State. Got to ride this weekend, and it was definitely warm. Anyway, be safe out there, especially my special driver that actually called you last Friday. All right. Well, he didn't point that out, did he? All right. Hello to Heat Wave. I'm here, headed for New Mexico. 101 degrees in Needles, California. Hot night, huh? Wow. 101 degrees, a little after the 9 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Wow. Hello to Larry. Good afternoon. All back in the saddle after my 34-hour restart. All right, get this week rolling. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, with 64 at Warsaw, North Carolina. A huge Tar Heel shout-out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Family Meats this morning. Timothy's got 65 at his locale. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia with 71 degrees. And it was, what a beautiful day. Wife's out of town with one of the daughters. So I'm doing the bachelor thing, which means I have to water her potted plants and my tomato plants and cook for myself. Uh-oh. I don't mind that, as I usually cook breakfast anyway. Made some killer gravy for my biscuits this past morning. I'll be loading up tomorrow, heading out for Tuesday for the Fort Lauderdale area. And I'm very happy that I've missed out on the rain, all the rain down there. Yeah, should be back here on Thursday night, unload for Friday. Hope everybody's weekend went well. Have a great night, and everyone be careful out there. You know, the one area that saw incredible flooding was Miami, and Fort Lauderdale. They saw plenty of rain, but I was looking at the flooded streets in Miami as our tropical system tracked through with torrential rains there early in the weekend, Friday into Saturday. Things started clearing out late Saturday, and by Sunday, the storm was well off to the east, out of here. So things should be getting back to normal. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Back in the saddle after being off for a month with a messed up knee. 82 here in Memphis tonight. Wow, warm night. I'm getting hooked up to head out west. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. I'm looking, what do we see, 71 outside the secret bunker here. Kind of a summer-like night. I think that's going to change with that storm system that's coming through because we're supposed to have high temperatures only in the 70s for several days this week. All right, Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve and the overnight drive crew. Everybody stay safe, keep on trucking. There's Jan in Greenville, South Carolina, upstate South Carolina. Good to have you on board there, Jan. Let's see, there's Addie, who's South Carolina, the low country. Okay. Norman checking in from north central Kansas, 66, some rain and a few storms tonight. Sitting here at the home 20. All right, well, it's a Monday, right? Close out the weekend. Santa Claus did just check in. Pre-tripping at the Sharp Army Depot near Stockton, California. We'll be headed to Edwards Air Force Base and our NASA installation on base. Santa Claus out. It's 19 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Get the new week underway. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Yeah, I pulled up the rest of the story in Pennsylvania. Yeah, celebrity Dr. Oz can now officially shift focus and resources to November after the former hedge fund CEO Dave McCormick bowed out of the Republican primary Friday after the recount had been ongoing the last week. So the concession comes after he failed to close the nearly 1,000 vote gap in the state. The race's final development after weeks of a contentious contest that saw each candidate winning 31% of the vote in both campaigns, projecting victory once all the ballots were counted. Although Oz had already declared himself the presumptive nominee, with the candidates locked in a recount, McCormick's withdrawal from the race guarantees the Trump-endorsed Oz will face off against the Democrat Senate nominee John Fetterman this November. That's going to be a key race that decides who replaces retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey and could very well determine control of the closely divided Senate. Oz said he received a gracious call from McCormick early Friday, and he said he was grateful for his support in the midterms. We share the goal of a brighter future for Pennsylvania and America, says Oz. Now that the primary is over, we'll make sure the U.S. Senate seat does not fall into the hands of the radical left, led by John Fetterman. McCormick's speech similarly projected unity. He thanked his campaign team and his voters who put their trust in him, talked about his commitment to making sure all Republican votes were counted there in the state. All right, so the Republican focus now becomes Fetterman. That's already begun. The Senate Republicans' campaign arm launched their first television attack ads Friday against the lieutenant governor, describing Fetterman as a Bernie Sanders ally who sides with socialists, backed a government takeover of the health care system, and embraced parts of the Green New Deal that's going to cost you $50,000 a year. All right, midterm election campaign. Yeah, we're into June. And with each progressive week, we're just going to more and more see some of these campaign ads begin popping up as we head toward November. Flip back over to some of the conversation, the stream chat. And we heard from Santa Claus there out west, right? And Timothy said, hey there, Santa Claus, don't be killing any of those endangered bees in the state. Did you catch that headline late last week? This is where we've come to in America today. A bumblebee is a fish. I kid you not. Under California law, so said a California court ruling last week. And thus, the bumblebee should be protected by the state's Endangered Species Ordinance. In a case known as Almond Alliance of California versus the Fish and Game Commission, the California State Appellate Court of the 3rd District said the issue presented here is whether the bumblebee, a terrestrial invertebrate, falls within the definition of a fish. According to the judges, the bumblebee is classified as a fish as a liberal interpretation of the word fish, as well as the state's own legislative history, including non-aquatic life. The judges explained, although the term fish is colloquially and commonly understood to refer to aquatic species, no kidding, the law as it is written makes the legal definition of fish not so limited. The court explained the Endangered Species Act has given classification authority to the Fish and Game Commission to determine what is and what is not an endangered species. And under the law, the commission is solely responsible for establishing a list of endangered species and a list of threatened species. The court also found the commission's authority was not limited to listing only aquatic invertebrates. So you've got your non-aquatic bumblebee, that is a fish, there in the state of California. How about that? So now in California, a bee is a fish. We're gonna have to rewrite the encyclopedias here. Kids are gonna be so confused. A bumblebee is a fish? Oh. All right, we'll make our way toward news break here, coming to bottom of the hour, after which we'll get to your calls. What's on your mind as we get the new week started here? Lots of things to update you on. Happy Monday from the team at TNCRadio.live. The big news is the TNC radio team gets a bit bigger starting today. How about that? Right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive this morning at 5 a.m. Eastern. Stick around for Stan Campbell's Trucker Radio Show. This will be episode 839. Not bad for a radio show that was expected to run 10 or 15 weeks. That was it when they got that started. Then 4 o'clock Eastern this afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern. Tune into Shelley Johnson's Truckers Network radio show. Today, most of the hosts on TNC Radio's primetime lineup will be talking about the new lineup as the TNC Radio primetime lineup grows to 3 hours each evening, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Hope Zavara of Mother Trucker Yoga joins the TNC Radio team, along with other well-known names such as Shannon Courier and James Rogers. Listen for new titles this week, such as The Driver Podcast, The Southern Clutch, Clutch Time, and Mind Your Truckin' Business. These new shows, along with some of your returning favorites, will be aired each evening, then rebroadcast the following morning, right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All available on the TNCRadio.live website, the app, Alexa, and internet TVs. The lineup grows. News break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's ongoing talk in Washington about how the Biden administration will work with Congress to regulate guns following a recent string of mass shootings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi putting forward a gun bill that will be voted on in the House next week. Democratic Senator from Connecticut Chris Murphy with an update on the bipartisan negotiations.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
That audio courtesy of CNN's State of the Union. Rough seas are predicted along the East Coast because of Tropical Storm Alex. The storm that drenched Florida with heavy rain turned into a tropical storm Sunday, becoming the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Yeah, we got word. John Deere, the company that we're all familiar with, one of the oldest manufacturers in America, has announced they're moving some of their operations from Waterloo, Iowa to Mexico, leaving the jobs of hundreds of Americans in doubt. The company reportedly preparing to end the tractor operations at their Waterloo cab and welding facility just north of Cedar Rapids. It says here tractor operations are set to cease by 2024, after which the manufacturing will be moved to Mexico. Still, the company told employees last week that they're bringing in a different product, and some workers will retain their jobs. Yeah, the quote, John Deere's plan to bring new product programs to our operations in Waterloo makes it necessary to consolidate the manufacturing of cabs from the tractor and cab assembly operations to Ramos Component Works in Mexico. They continued saying that the plan ensures the company can balance the workforce within the tight labor market while ensuring Waterloo can open up floor space to manufacture new products. Now, they could not yet say how many employees will be released once the cab and welding operations are moved south of the border. While hopeful that most of the workers will be retained for whatever new yet unannounced product will replace the cab and welding operations, the United Auto Workers Local 838 President Tim Frickson still not at all happy that Deere's moving the assembly operations to Mexico. We are not thrilled that the assembly is leaving Waterloo. It should be here, not leaving the United States. If the plant ends up shutting down, the loss of jobs will be a serious blow to this small Iowa city. Without attrition, about 250 workers could lose their jobs. The plant employs about 1,500 people, including 1,100 production workers, according to the Des Moines Register. John Deere, only the latest to move manufacturing to Mexico. Just last year, you'll recall Ford decided to back out on a deal to manufacture 2 new electric car models in Ohio, moving their manufacturing to Mexico as well. In March, it was reported that General Motors was investing millions in plants in Mexico and Canada. GM noted that they're planning on adding more CUV manufacturing in Mexico. And they're increasing their investment in that plant in Ontario, Canada, for electric vehicle production as well, according to the report from Ward's Automotive. Spokesman for the United Auto Workers blasting General Motors for delivering a slap in the face to U.S. workers for moving their electric vehicle manufacturing to Mexico. It isn't just vehicle manufacturers pushing buildups in Mexico thanks to the supply chain disruptions in the wake of the jobs-destroying lockdown spurred by the COVID hysteria. Many companies have begun moving the manufacturing of smaller items, things like nuts and bolts, small parts, and supplies to Mexico as well, so that their supply chain's shorter than what it was with the overseas suppliers. So I guess trying to keep some of this stuff, if you were relying on, say, the likes of China or somewhere in Asia or India for the manufacturing of some of those, I guess they feel if it's manufactured that much closer to home, you won't have to be waiting for things to be stuck on a container ship off the coast for months on end. All right, but there's the update. It is 844-844-3388. Let's get to our calls this Monday morning. Is this David?
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. What's happening?
Hey, I got a question for you.
Lay it on us.
Can you suck your own cock?
Okay, yeah. Thanks for calling, David. It's been a long, long time. Hey, boy. Need that dump button, don't we? What's going on there, Heatwave? How was your weekend?
Good night. That's a hell of a way to start a week.
Yeah, well, what can you say?
It was busy. It's busy, that's for sure. Well, good morning, senor. It's only 89 out here just north of, I don't know what the hell I'm somewhere in Arizona. I guess I'm closer to Kingman than anything else. 101 in Needles, and that's when I started out. here about 40 minutes ago. I tell you what, that is hot. So I don't know what it was during the daytime, but if it's 101 when I take off, whew, that's a little warm. Yeah, those Californians are really going to be hitting that AC button, but what happens when there's no more power to run it? Can't charge their cars, can't run the AC. All the medical stuff is going to be put on hold. Yeah, there's a few good people in California, but I think that state might as well just go ahead and fall off. And all the good people, y'all just going to have to move. That's all I can say, because that seems like that state is beyond repair. So let's see here. I guess with the advent of the bumblebee basically being a flying fish, I guess I can call myself a potted plant. And I'll have my rights like the alphabet groups are demanding, and I'll just say, hey, take care of me, give me what I need, take care of me, and if I die, it's your fault. I don't know. What the hell's the matter with people these days? Hey, bumblebee a fish because the laws...
Yeah.
There's no common sense. There is no common sense. And whatever was out there is being doled out by an eyedropper. I just do not understand this at all. There's all the talk about now the gun manufacturer is going to get sued by all the victims' families in Uvalde because some idiot on the East Coast, as a judge, banged on the gavel and says you can do that. It's not the gun manufacturer's fault. They provide a product. So, I mean, going with that liberal logic, anybody that gets killed by anything can sue the manufacturer of that product. So if I'm driving down the road and I get hit by a drunk driver, then that means not only do I get to sue him and his insurance company, but also the car manufacturer and the brand of alcohol he was consuming. Correct?
Correct.
That's and people are going to say, oh, you're taking that to an extreme. Well, that's exactly what they're doing out here. They're taking things to an extreme. Common sense is not common. I don't know. That first caller still got me. Well, I don't know. Why do people want to do that? Is it to gain notoriety? We're trying to have conversation here that's either business, trucking, or whatever related, and you got, idiots like that. Biden's talking about we're gonna do gun control. Well, I mean, why is it that an idiot in charge who left I don't know how many hundred thousands of weapons and armaments and platforms like helicopters and tanks or whatnot, left it all to the Taliban, all the ammunition that they need, and he's turning around and lecturing us on, we're gonna talk about gun control. Well, that idiot was involved with that Fast and Furious operation down there in Mexico to see where all the serial numbers went to. And we don't have a problem. We do have a problem with mental health. Yes, that needs to be addressed. And that kid that pulled that stunt and killed everybody down there in Texas, maybe what needs to happen is the legal system needs to change as well. When you turn 18, whatever you did in the past, as long as it wasn't murder, I don't know, maybe even that all gets absolved. So you start off with a clean slate. Well, it shouldn't follow you for life. Well, maybe some things should. Buying those weapons at 18 with all that money, question is, where did he get all that money from? yeah, there should have been a lot of red flags there from the seller. But I guess the seller is just like everyone else out here. We're trying to make $1. And, well, I don't know. It's a dog-eat-dog world out here, and I guess you got to get your milk bone when you can. Fuel prices in California, yesterday, the fuel prices were about 50 cents difference from the two competing gas stations. And as I was heading out just a while ago, I noticed the cheaper of the two now raised their prices to be the same, $8 a gallon for a gallon of diesel.
Wow.
You know, yeah, 7.5 for mid-range, 7.39 for regular, and I think it was 7.79, 7.80 for super unleaded. When is this going to stop? You know, then that's the question I was asked earlier when I was in Needles. A gentleman come up to me with his wife and says, "How do you drivers make money with fuel being this high?" And I said, "Well, I don't pay for it." I said, "I just drive the truck, but there are people out there that have contracts that include a fuel surcharge." And that's about as far as I went with that, because I'm not really for sure how that works out or when they decide they need to up the contract due to the fuel. But people come up to me and they ask questions, and I really wish I could answer them. You know, the only answer I could say is, well, the head jackass will not admit that he made a mistake, and the only way to screw up, or the only way to fix up this screw up, is to unscrew themselves and put the policies back in place that made us number one. You know, where we, the American citizen, were, considered first, and then the rest of the world. You never saw companies move out when Trump was in office.
I was just going to say, you remember when we had a president that was actually successfully bringing manufacturing from other countries back to this country? I mean, right on the heels of when Barack Obama saying those jobs are never coming back. What are you going to do? Wave your magic wand? And lo and behold, he was incentivizing and making deals with GM and Ford and bringing manufacturing back to this country.
Yes. And the idiot in the White House now, he don't understand why, things are just going downhill. He thinks he's doing great. Then he gets the news that he's not as popular as what he thought he was. His numbers are worse than Trump's at this point. And he's just scratching his head and his ass wondering, well, how the hell that happened? Well, if you've been in office for 47 to 50 years and you do not understand the pulse of the people, that, my friend, is a prime example of the swamp creatures that are inhabiting Washington, D.C. They need to get out. There needs to be a moratorium on how old. I mean, if you're going to have to retire at 67 or 70 years old from your job, then they go and they put an 8-year limit on a president, then they themselves need to have term limits. And it wasn't meant to be a career. I mean, when the founding fathers set this up, new blood was supposed to get pumped in every couple of years. I think they ought to make it 2 terms in the Senate, 2 terms in the House of Representatives, and you're done. You're done. And whatever we have out here in public for health care, that's what they need to have. Whatever we have out here for retirement, that's what they need to have. None of this 2-tier nonsense. Well, other than that, I'm done.
You feel better now? Good. Well, hey.
Little bit.
Well, thanks for checking in. Enjoy your heat wave out there. It really sounds like, especially the second half of the week, is when things are really going to start cooking out west. All right, he brought up a handful of topics there. Yes, prices at the pump. Hey, we're setting new records with each passing day. Matter of fact, locally, I saw the first marquee, the first pumps at $4.99.9 for regular unleaded over the weekend. $5 a gallon at some stations here in our area. Whoa. National average is now at $4.80 per gallon. We've actually hit the mark where the national average has doubled since Joe Biden took office. Double. Thank you, Joe. Then, of course, we're waiting for a whole pile of gun control legislation that'll be unfolding. Some of the first votes are going to be taking place here in the next few days. And piles, as I said, of everybody's going to be introducing their own piece of legislation. Now, in one case, Don Beyer, the Democrat out of Virginia, in a bill that could pass the House of Representatives without any votes from Republican members, is looking to draft a measure levying a 1,000% excise tax on what they're describing as assault weapons. First of all, describe assault weapon. What it's intended to do, he says, is provide another creative pathway to actually making some sensible gun control happen. We think a 1,000% fee on assault weapons is just the kind of measure that creates enough fiscal impact to qualify for reconciliation. NBC News reported that depending on location, AR-15s range in price anywhere from about $500 to $2,000. If you were to levy a 1,000% tax on that weapon, your final sales price will now be somewhere from $5,000 to $20,000. Now, he says, we're open to negotiation. There's nothing magical about that 1,000% number, but it's severe enough to actually inhibit and restrict sales, but also successful enough that it's not seen as an absolute ban. I can almost see another run on gun sales forthcoming, as we've seen 34 consecutive months of 1 million plus gun sales in this country. We just shared that on Friday morning. But anytime you start talking gun control legislation, it never fails. Every single time there is an absolute rush for individuals to go out and purchase weapons. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see a rush on the sale of AR-15s. Talking about making it $5 to $20,000 for an AR. Just saying. But we get a quick chime out back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com.
All right.
Like I always say, keep your eyes on the road. I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what else on the list? Looks like we're about a minute from our top of the hour news update, so let me... Always moving. Hang in there. Coming up, we'll get to the Chevy guy. Eagles on board this Monday morning, right out of the box, early in the week. Just enough time, though, to share the actual numbers. Yeah, the national average Sunday, yesterday, topping $4.80 per gallon. We've officially hit the doubling mark, twice as much as the day President Biden took office. It's a staggering milestone that underscores both the everyday pain that inflation is inflicting on us and the difficult months ahead for Democrats looking for votes come November. The average price per gallon was $2.40 on January the 20th of 21. Based on the average of the leading fuel monitoring services, the average price on Friday was $4.78, picked up 2 cents over the weekend. Now, how does that break down? The average American drives 13,400 and some miles per year, according to the Department of Transportation. That means owners of a Ford F-Series, the most popular truck, on average is going to spend roughly $3,060 per year at today's price point, compared to $1,540 when it was $2.40 a gallon. For a Honda Civic owner, that means roughly $1,950 compared to approximately $980 in the year 2020. Yeah, Biden actually conceded this past week that there's little his administration can do in the interim to provide relief on energy costs and other everyday items. He warned us inflation across the economy, at least for right now, it's here to stay. It ain't going anywhere. Let's go, Brandon. Back after a news break.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's ongoing talk in Washington about how the Biden administration will work with Congress to regulate guns following a recent string of mass shootings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi putting forward a gun bill that will be voted on in the House next week. Democratic Senator from Connecticut Chris Murphy with an update on the bipartisan negotiations.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
That audio courtesy of CNN's State of the Union. Rough seas are predicted along the East Coast because of Tropical Storm Alex. The storm that drenched Florida with heavy rain turned into a tropical storm Sunday, becoming the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Abbott Nutrition on Saturday restarted production at its baby formula plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Operations were halted 4 months ago over possible product contaminants leading to a nationwide shortage of baby formula. This as Operation Fly Formula continues, with millions of cans of baby formula being flown in from around the world, including the United Kingdom and Australia.
We'll be supplying 2 million cans, that's 54 million bottle feeds between next week and November to American parents. A crisis like this in the biggest consumer economy in the world should never happen.
Will McMahon, the co-founder of Kendall Mill Baby Supply Formula. Josh Duggar is appealing his conviction after being sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child pornography. His lawyers arguing the government didn't disclose evidence against him in a reasonable amount of time. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One of the shooting victims who survived the Uvalde shooting last week is being released from the hospital. University Hospital in San Antonio announcing on Twitter that a 9-year-old shooting victim has been discharged. A 10-year-old boy remains in serious condition, and a 66-year-old woman believed to be the shooter's grandmother is in good condition. American Airlines is grounding 100 regional flights due to a pilot shortage. CEO Robert Issam telling the Bernstein Strategies Decisions Conference in New York there's a bit of a supply and demand imbalance. The North Texas-based airline is trying to make up by using larger jets. American is working to hire more pilots as it gets ready for a slew of retirements between 2023 and 2029. A flashcard depicting a pregnant man was used in a North Carolina preschool classroom to teach colors. Some parents are concerned. Representative Erin Perret says she's glad the principal and school district acted immediately.
Loving families come in all different shapes and sizes, and thank goodness for that. I mean, kids need loving families right now more than anything else. But I think when you're looking at a card in front of a preschooler that has a mommy hugging a daddy with a baby in his belly, that's just not age-appropriate material to be showing preschoolers.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
industry headlines on this Back to Work Monday. Back to the old grind. Here you go. And our number, 844-844-3388. And back to the phones we go. There's always moving. Hi there. How was your weekend, first of all?
Wasn't that just glorious, glorious weather this weekend? I mean, that was just something really, really nice. And the bike trail was full of people, which made me happy to see them out and about. I went on the running trail, and a lot of people at the golf course on my road. It was, excuse me, a lot of people out and about. As for your first caller, you know, I don't understand why someone would call up and do that. And if I don't want to listen to a person on the radio or a TV show, and there are particular radio hosts at your former employer that I could not stand, I turn the radio off. I don't call up and harass them. I don't call any place and harass them. I don't call someone at their work just because I don't like them and harass them. And why anyone in any shape or form thinks that it is okay to call someone while they are working, especially while they are working on the air, just to make a derogatory remark like that is beyond belief. And that is a very, very sad statement of where this country is going, that you think that that is appropriate behavior, and it is not in any way, shape, or form. In any way. If someone were to call me where I work and do that to me, we have policy upon policy upon policy about that to be reported and to take that person out. I mean, that is not tolerated, not good behavior. So shame on whoever that was that called and said that to you and that the rest of us heard. That's inexcusable behavior. And I'm sorry that they did that to you. That was just mind-blowing to me. I did write to The View. I read where on The View the other day they were calling to get rid of the Republican Party, and they lumped everybody together as being racist and terrorists and people who create massacres. And when I read that article, I wrote in and I said, no, that's not, no. I said, how dare you lump me into that group? And I explained my age, where I lived, on a farm, 2 college degrees, working 2 jobs, and believe in the Second Amendment, and do not disrespect my political affiliation and lump me together and call me such vile, vulgar names. And I said, I told ABC, I said, you can do better than that, than to have those hosts on there making those comments, because that is disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I wrote so that those who are there can read it, but I didn't do anything to be broadcast on the air, and I did not say anything personal to them. I said, I did not appreciate being lumped into that, not about the host. I talked about not, including me in that group. I did see $5.25 a gallon gas this weekend in New Vienna and Hillsborough when I went down south a little bit Saturday evening, which blew my mind. And I'm like, oh my God, here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
It's still like $4.89, $4.79 up here in Wilmington. And I read an interesting article on the gun thing. 2 articles. One was written by a woman who was from the military, and she was explaining that she's going around the country doing talks and stuff on gun control, But her view was, she said, this particular, the AR-15s, whatever, she said, at the military base and in your training, those weapons, you take them out to practice, and then you have to put them back in a common area, like, I don't know, in the warehouse or wherever it is they keep them. And unless you are being deployed out for a mission, then they hand it to you, or you are going out for training. But other than that, it always comes back and goes into this common thing. And she said anyone who's been in the military understands that. And so there are ways that you can, that those weapons are made for wartime, not for, the general public kind of thing. So it got me thinking, not to quote, ban the weapons. I can see maybe that, let's say, the police station in your town, and you have to go up and sign it out, kind of like a library book. You own it, it's yours, but it's just kept up there. And that way they know, you would have to say, I'm going up, I'm going to go do this, I'm going to go do practice targeting, I'm going to go do practice shooting, whatever. It was just a thought that crossed my head.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't restrict anybody from buying it. I think the 1,000% tax is ridiculous, because that still doesn't make anybody who is mentally ill from buying it. And keeping it in a secured area isn't going to keep a mentally ill person from buying it. But at least you would have to sign it in and out, where it would be watched. You still own it, you still do that, but it would be being watched and monitored who's using it. I think that's a fair thing to do. I don't have any other answers other than that. And another article was talking about, what are the rights and what are we guaranteed in the Second Amendment, and do we actually need the weapons and stuff like that. And I see both sides of it. I see where, why. I personally wouldn't have any use for it other than to try to take out a pack of coyotes, where you could fire off a whole bunch at one time. But, usually the coyotes are not always in a pack. You're going to see like one or two. I understand if you want to have it to play with it, but you're really not going to use it to do anything unless there is a government insurrection, which is what the Second Amendment, I think, is what it's all about, is so that you don't want the military to have to where you can't defend yourself. And so I don't think, I see where you could have a handgun to defend yourself. You can have a shotgun for hunting. I see a lot of that stuff. I get it. I understand it. I understand being a collector. But I'm not so sure that raising the age limit is going to do anything for owning it. I am curious as to where the kid got the money to buy those things. And I don't understand, like, normally there's such a long background check on things. Maybe there needs to be a longer background check. How in the world do you just walk in and buy it? I thought it would take several days to get these, to get the weapons and stuff. I don't know. But I did send you an article that they are looking at charges on the police. I had said that last week, that, I feel bad for the policemen. And it's an interesting article because it does point out that it is harder to charge someone for failure to act than it is for an action that goes wrong. And they explain that in the article, and there's a couple of different professors that they were talking to about it. But they said that with the local legislation down there, it would be difficult to charge the policeman with negligence for inactive, not defending somebody, but they could certainly be open to civil suits and things. And also, it was talking about the fact that the stories were so conflicting when they first came out, that there's, like a cover-up or something or other going on. But anyway, I did forward you that article. I read that tonight, and I went, see, I knew that they were going to do that. So, and I think that is a shame that that they would look at holding anybody criminally, And again, they're also looking at going after the gun manufacturer. And they have to look at what is the responsibility of the actual shooter versus what is the responsibility of the police versus what is the responsibility of the gun manufacturer. So it's an interesting article. I just wanted you to see it. But hey, I had a great weekend. Did you have a good weekend? Are you playing in your pool? It was good weather for the pool.
Well, I haven't really been in it yet, but no, it's all up and running. It's all nice and clean. I don't think nobody's been in yet.
Well, if you need it to be initiated, I'm your person. I'm part fish. I'll come get me a big animal floaty, and I'll just float around in it.
There you go.
And I'll make sure that it works good, that the temperature of the water is good, that it's nice and clear. I'll give you a full report, as Willie would say. I can give you a full report from your pool, tell you how it's going out there. So other than that, that's all I got.
Hey,
so I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you for checking in. Always moving. There you go. Back to the gun violence thing. It was a very active weekend, right? Had what they call, quote, mass shooting, Philadelphia, Chattanooga. I think there was parties in Phoenix. There was Chester, Virginia, Somerton, South Carolina. Numerous shootings, but in all of these particular separate incidents, to my understanding, not a one of them involved a, quote, assault weapon. All this was just handgun violence. The most common. You start with a brawl, a couple of guys at a packed Philadelphia street. They both pull out guns and they start gunfight at the OK Corral, wildly firing at each other, but it's all the people that are standing around that end up taking the bullets. By the time the gunfire ended there, 3 were dead, 12 others were hurt. A few hours later, it's Chattanooga, a shooting outside a bar there. Sends people fleeing in panic. 3 people were killed there, too, including one who was struck by a vehicle in all the chaos trying to flee. 14 hurt, most of those gunshot wounds. But once again, none of this activity involved the, quote, assault weapons. It's just handguns in the hands of individuals. Probably more likely gang violence sort of things involved in most of this. But I digress. We'll get back to your calls here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. All right, back to the phones here. Let's get to what's happening, Chevy guy. How was your weekend?
Well, I worked mostly through it. One of my sisters stopped by, so I'd say it was wonderful. Family, just great to have family stop by. Might have mentioned that Rick Friend had gun violence 2 doors down from where he lives.
I saw that, yeah, because when he jumped on Friday morning there on the stream chat, he said just heard like 6 gunshots, and at the time he's like, I don't know if I should call the police or what, but apparently next thing you know, the police were swarming the neighborhood there, and neighbor had he was showing photos of the bullet holes on their, I guess it was a drive-by shooting or something, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yep. Yeah, and it was, the bullets were coming in the house, not his, but the neighbors.
Yeah.
Like you said, thank God they didn't mistake his address for whoever they were going after. But no, that's sad. I hope he gets on tonight if he's listening, and expresses that and shares that with us because he's part of the family. I called him, and it's something that he's dealing with. I want to go back to this goes right along with it, the story about the bees being a fish.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes even further back. Whenever my daughter was in high school, I used to listen to a program, Focus on the Family, and they were talking about how they're teaching values clarification classes to our kids in high school. And what that did basically was telling the kids to challenge what your parents are teaching you, i.e. making it, it's bad enough, I mean, a teenager, 14 to 20, I guess, they already do that. I mean, your Christian values, everything, they challenge everything. But they're giving them the alternate view and saying, well, just because your parents believe it this way, this is the way it is. It's directly an attack on the abilities for the parents to raise a child in the way they should go, so they shall not depart. So this stuff's been going on for a long time. So I can imagine this thing about bees being fish has probably been somewhere along the line being taught in the curriculum in schools where they can say this stuff. It makes sense why it goes right along with this. All of a sudden today I'm not Barney or Benny or Benet. If you imagine it, you can be it. Tomorrow I'm a Buick, you know. I want to go back to Thursday night, the last story you told, and about the Marine Corps and celebrating Pride Day.
Yeah.
And they're not going to discriminate. I'm sorry. I'm in the Navy in '76. I joined. Listen, the military discriminates all the time. There was a man that rode up out of Brevard County, Florida, to Jacksonville, to the induction center. 4 of them. And I was the only one that got to stay and go on to boot camp in Orlando. One of the guys told me, I got to go back, catch a bus and go back home. And the only thing that they didn't pass him on, you hold your arms, both arms out straight with palms down, and then flip them thumbs out and palms straight up without, and he was only able to move his left palm halfway. He couldn't get it all the way up. They sent him out for that only. And I said, what is that? And he said, well, ship is loaded with valves, and you've got to be able to grab hold of a valve and turn it. And that would cause him problems in an emergency situation. So he was discriminated because he couldn't move his hands. At the time, yes, it was sexual in situations. They asked me if I like girls. And in that retrospect, of course I was I was 18 at the time, so it seemed like they should have asked me if I like women. But I mean, they go all down through anything they can find you, even into 2 weeks into the boot camp. Man, if you can't get along or work together, or if you're not blending in and work as a team, they discriminate. They send you out. Some guys one guy couldn't handle, because in Orlando there was female boots down there, and as we was walking by the female boot, or marching by the female boots, he reached out and grabbed one. Well, of course, he went back. Well, you know where he went. He was going back home. They give him his civvies back and send him back to the house. I don't know if they charge him or not, but, they discriminate. That's what they do. They discriminate. So, but I get it with this bunch up in the White House right now, going after, quote, the megas in the troops, worrying about that, and this gay pride stuff. I'd rather have them making sure that we have enough armaments to supply our military in a time of war, and it's just horrendous what we got going on right now. Excuse me, just that is about as much I can say. We're living in a time where they're calling good evil and evil good, and but it's also a time of the emperor's new clothes. It's stories coming true. There's a lot of people refusing, just keeping quiet, and I believe it's the majority of the people keeping quiet, not standing up for what's right, and saying, no, the emperor is naked. This stuff is not appropriate. So actually, caller number 1 is a good example of what's acceptable in our country today, and at a time when a man wouldn't even think about saying something like that to another man. But it just we let it. I try to talk to my kids and teach them the right things. I've had my granddaughter even consider have a talk with me, saying I was bigoted, and I said, well, if I'm bigoted, it's because God was bigoted. It's not my mindset; it's what God has said. And if you're going to pray to Him, you might want to get in line with what His will is. And Lord, I pray for her right now, because she's over there, and we haven't heard much from her. She's not allowed to say much, but here we go. Just hang on. I do feel like we're trying to move this or mark this up. In the Black Sea, we've got more ships going into the Black Sea right now, along with NATO, including the Baltics. I mean, Sweden and Norway, which are just now putting applications in to join NATO. Putin is being pushed to a point now that he's really going to look bad if he doesn't act. So we're at the brink, and I just pray that he backs down. And then I've also heard on stories they're saying that the Putin that got up there right now ain't the real Putin. Putin already passed away, and they got a doppelganger up there.
Okay. It's a Putin impersonator?
Also heard that Russian army is being required to pay for their own. They don't have enough money to pay they give them a pay cut, and they are being required to buy their equipment. And, well, you know what? It's no wonder when they get into a situation, they disable their own tanks, abandon them, fully capable, and they're surrendering to the Ukrainians like they are. But then again, when you hear a story from that war zone, truth is the first casualty. But it sounds like the Russian troops are catching on to what they're doing, and they don't want to be there. So it might be the reason why they're losing ground.
Well, they're saying the morale has been low for some time, and the number of troops they've lost, incredible. I think Ukraine, Zelensky said they're losing 50 to 100 of their troops on a daily basis as this thing goes on and on. But hey there, we got to get a quick news break here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the Republicans are eyeing a chance to retake political control of Congress. This, as many Americans are feeling their budget squeezed. With inflation near a 40-year high and soaring gas prices breaking records, Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott shares what he thinks Republicans could do to tackle inflation should the GOP gain majority control of Congress.
Congress is the one that's supposed to pass the budget, right? So if we're the majority, we ought to pass a balanced budget. We ought to say we're not increasing the debt of this country anymore. We're going to say we can pass legislation that's going to streamline permitting, reduce regulation. We're going to pass legislation that's going to make us energy independent.
Queen Elizabeth is making a brief public appearance on the final day of her Platinum Jubilee celebration. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Cvsa, you'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to the Ice Cream Man checking in this morning. Let me see here. Ice Cream Man checking in from Western Express Terminal in Nashville. Finally back from California. All right, welcome back. Hello to Unit 64 on board this morning. Anybody else checking in? There's Dave. Morning, 63 degrees in Lodi. Headed back to Western New York. Let's go, Brandon. Addie was chiming in about the John Deere. Terrible about the John Deere and all those that work there. What a slap in the face. We need USA manufacturing. Dean said, interesting how these manufacturers are leaving the U.S. under this puppet reign. And they were actually starting to come back under President Trump. It's a night and day difference, isn't it? Yeah, a whole different world. Speaking of which, I guess, hey, we all have to set our DVRs. President Biden's going to be on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Oh, boy, Wednesday. according to Bloomberg, citing the White House guidance, no indication what Biden's going to discuss. But both he and the ABC late night host have been speaking out for stricter gun laws in the recent wave of shootings in the news. And Biden's also reported to be upset with his constantly low poll numbers and how that could affect the midterm elections. You know, when you go on Kimmel Live, you got to be able to speak off the cuff, right? Be interesting to see what he has to say there. All right, so plenty of room for you here on a Back to Work Monday at 844-844-3388. June already off to a toasty start for much of the south central USA. Had an abnormally warm month of May in the region, but according to forecasters, Mother Nature is set to dial up the thermostat and send part of the region to sweltering levels, especially early this week, which will put several daily records in jeopardy. Unseasonably hot air is going to be pushing out of Mexico, seeping across portions of the south central states as well as the Four Corners region. Areas from New Mexico and Texas northward into portions of Colorado and Kansas, all going to be looking at temperatures on the rise first half of this week. Temperatures will be more typical of the height of summer, the dog days of summer, rather than late spring or early summer. Cities like Abilene, San Antonio, and Austin, Texas, typically record high temperatures about 90 degrees this time of year. You're all forecast to climb above 100 degrees through midweek. Daily high temperature records will be in jeopardy for multiple days in a row. By later today, they tell us, here on Monday. You add in the heat index, it'll feel like 107 for places like Abilene. Now, for some cities in southern Texas that sit along the border with Mexico, it'll be even hotter. Laredo, about 150 miles southwest of San Antonio, forecast to hit 108 today, which could tie the daily record from 2018 there. As the heat wave then builds across portions of Texas and southeastern New Mexico, so also will the risk for heat-related illnesses, heat exhaustion, heat stroke. Take care to be well-hydrated, limit your time outdoors during the hottest time of the day. Now, while Texans are no strangers to the heat, prolonged bouts of abnormal warmth can become hazardous, especially in the vulnerable population, children, the elderly, outdoor workers, and those without access to air conditioning. Daytime heat, when combined with the overnight low temperature, probably only in the lower 70s, which will undoubtedly increase your energy demand for the region. We have already seen this spring the energy grid coming under stress in Texas, and it appears that's going to be the case over the next several days. Everybody running the air conditioners, the fans, consistently trying to keep people cool. And much of the region still under drought conditions, which means soil is exceptionally dry. So there's very little moisture to evaporate out of the ground during the afternoon. So that lets the sun's energy go directly into heating the surfaces. That enhances the amount of heat. Areas further to the east, say like Dallas, won't be quite as hot as the western areas. You'll see higher humidity levels, and you've got more moisture in the ground. Even though it will be a bit cooler, the combination of high humidity and light winds will make it feel hotter than the actual air temperature. Probably going to feel like above 100 degrees, especially today and Tuesday. Now, they mentioned the stress on the power grid, and I've been beating this drum week after week. It came out this past day. Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming sounding the alarm about looming electric power outages, urging Americans, brace yourself. He was on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures. He said, although President Biden has been advised of this, he's missing it, just like he did with the baby formula shortages. We're going to have power outages all across the country, and specifically, California is going to be the hardest hit the worst. We're going to have blackouts. We're going to have higher power costs. People are going to be paying more for spotty service. Now, Biden wants you to buy a damn electric car. I say you better buy an electric generator if you can do so and afford that, because his focus is on wind and solar. Sure, they're good, but it's not always there when you need it. He said we need more energy transmission lines. He continued, I say we need more energy to transmit along those lines. But his attacks in terms of regulations and taxes in the oil, gas, and coal are making us have a less reliable energy source in this country. And what we're seeing with these blackouts is the price people are going to have to pay, especially in California, for signing up for the new Green Deal. According to Barrasso, Biden is guilty of economic malpractice with his plan to fight inflation. It's not a plan, it's actually an embarrassment, full of finger-pointing and false accusation. He takes no responsibility for his economic malpractice because that's what this is. He's missed the diagnosis for over a year. The American people have been suffering, and we've been suffering because he refuses to allow us to use the energy that we have right here in this country. I mean, the United States needs to use American energy. We have it in the ground, but he won't let us get it out. I think Joe Biden, and I'm quoting here, I think Joe Biden actually wants high gas prices so he can force people into electric vehicles. Now, this is going to cost more jobs and cost people across the country in terms of high costs. This is unmistakable evidence that the president, when he says, oh, I'm doing everything possible, that's his quote, to lower the cost of energy, he is flat out lying to the American people, and there's no other way to say it. And we cannot afford more taxes. We can't even afford to put food on the table. And the expenses today, just to maintain where you were a year ago, is $5,000 a year more. Today, just to be where you were a year ago, $5,000 more. Now, if you didn't see a $5,000 pay raise, you are not able to maintain what you even had based on your income from a year ago. You're having to make cuts across the board. With that, we'll get a quick timeout, and the line's available. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we are back on a Monday, and we've got clear lines. Chris was holding on there. Guess Chris had to move on. So we're wide open at 844-844-3388. Move over to some of our industry headlines. What do we see here? The Cvsa's Operation Safe Driver Week. Just a few weeks away. So what do you need to know? All right. Number one, Operation Safe Driver Week will be July the 10th through the 16th this year. Purpose of Operation Safe Driver: to reduce the number of crashes involving commercial vehicles. Now, law enforcement agencies will be targeting, in this case, both commercial vehicle drivers and passenger vehicle drivers. A little different versus the 72-hour road check. You know, they'll actually pull over automobile drivers doing stupid things around the trucks. Now, the area of special emphasis for Operation Safe Driver Week this year will be speeding. Law enforcement also on the lookout for other dangerous driving behaviors: distracted driving, following too closely, improper lane change, obviously impaired driving. During Operation Safe Driver Week in 21, law enforcement pulled over 28,148 commercial motor vehicles and an additional 17,910 passenger vehicles. During Operation Safe Driver last year, law enforcement issued 10,486 warnings, 16,863 citations were issued. Then in the state of Texas, Texas State Highway 315 has become one of the most dangerous highways in the Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas area in the last decade. And those familiar with the area say it's the semi-trucks taking a shortcut that are to blame. The most dangerous portion of State Highway 315 connects the East Texas towns of Carthage and Mount Enterprise. The 26-mile stretch of highway has seen 462 crashes in the past 10 years. In those accidents, 463 injured, 48 with serious injuries, 36 dead. Of the 462 crashes, 23 were deadly, and half of those deadly crashes involved semi-trucks, they tell us. Of the 36 who were killed over the last decade, 22 of those died were semi-truck related wrecks. Total of 113 semi-truck related wrecks on that stretch of 315 in just the last 10 years. Now they're saying trucker fatigue, speed, or traveling in the wrong lane were found to be factors in all fatal wrecks involving semi-trucks along that 26-mile stretch of roadway. Now, locals say many people, truckers and motorists alike, using Highway 315 as a shortcut to Nacogdoches or Houston because it can cut more than 10 minutes off the trip, partially because of the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit that they say is rarely even enforced at that. It got really bad after 2008 because almost every vehicle was getting GPS or smartphones. They interviewed Dave Aguilar, who works and lives off this stretch of roadway and watches hundreds of tractor trailers pass by his sawmill every day. I have a CDL license. I've driven some pretty large vehicles, and knowing 315, I would not save that 11 minutes. I'd stay on the bigger highway. Since witnessing a deadly accident himself, Ken Stone has been contacting lawmakers trying to make the road safer. He wants the speed limit lowered. He wants traffic lights installed at several intersections. The least thing, lower the speed limit. What does that cost? I mean, change a few signs. Yeah. He said, signs that say 70, you change them to 55. KSLA reports the Texas DOT did perform speed studies in both 2016 and 2018, and what they found said the study results do not warrant an adjustment to the speed limit. So speed, maybe not necessarily the actual problem. With that, about a minute before news break, it is 844-844-3388. One other tidbit before we hit our break time there from our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. Talking about safety, the FMCSA is planning to award $463 million in safety grants to states in an effort to reduce commercial vehicle crashes. Announcing the efforts last Thursday, following a recent preliminary report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that said large truck fatality crashes increased by 13% last year. Yes, in 2021. Isn't that interesting? With all these, with everyone on electronic logging devices now, everyone's supposed to be following the rules. We have seen, since the implementation of that, safety numbers, crash numbers, continuously going up. We're using resources available through the bipartisan infrastructure law to award more funding than ever before. They said a 52% increase from last year the goal is to prevent truck and bus crashes. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, in a news release, says these grants will help improve the safety of our trucks and our buses and save lives. So all 50 states, the District of Columbia, what do you got? Territories of American Samoa, Guam, and blah, 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 that will all be eligible to receive some of these federal funds. Nearly 43,000 people were killed in motor vehicle crashes last year. It was 39,000 in 2020. Now, specific to large trucks, fatal crashes involving at least one truck went up 13%. Overall traffic fatalities were projected to increase by 10.5%. It's also worth noting that the large truck fatal crash statistics are not exclusive to heavy-duty tractor trailers. A lot of these involve Class 3 trucks, those that weigh 10 to 14,000 pounds, smaller trucks. All right, with that, again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Get a news break and more to come here on a Back to Work Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's ongoing talk in Washington about how the Biden administration will work with Congress to regulate guns following a recent string of mass shootings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi putting forward a gun bill that will be voted on in the House next week. Democratic Senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy, with an update on the bipartisan negotiations.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
That audio courtesy of CNN's State of the Union. Rough seas are predicted along the East Coast because of Tropical Storm Alex. The storm that drenched Florida with heavy rain turned into a tropical storm Sunday, becoming the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Abbott Nutrition on Saturday restarted production at its baby formula plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Operations were halted 4 months ago over possible product contaminants leading to a nationwide shortage of baby formula. This as Operation Fly Formula continues, with millions of cans of baby formula being flown in from around the world, including the United Kingdom and Australia.
We'll be supplying 2 million cans, that's 54 million bottle feeds between between next week and November to American parents. A crisis like this in the biggest consumer economy in the world should never happen.
Will McMahon, the co-founder of Kendall Mill Baby Supply Formula. Josh Duggar is appealing his conviction after being sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child pornography. His lawyers arguing the government didn't disclose evidence against him in a reasonable amount of time. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One of the shooting victims who survived the Uvalde shooting last week is being released from the hospital. University Hospital in San Antonio announcing on Twitter that a 9-year-old shooting victim has been discharged. A 10-year-old boy remains in serious condition, and a 66-year-old woman believed to be the shooter's grandmother is in good condition. American Airlines is grounding 100 regional flights due to a pilot shortage. CEO Robert Issam telling the Bernstein Strategies Decisions Conference in New York there's a bit of a supply and demand imbalance. The North Texas-based airline is trying to make up by using larger jets. American is working to hire more pilots as it gets ready for a slew of retirements between 2023 and 2029. A flashcard depicting a pregnant man was used in a North Carolina preschool classroom to teach colors. Some parents are concerned that they were not told this was being used. North Carolina State Representative Erin Perret says she's glad the principal and school district acted immediately.
Loving families come in all different shapes and sizes, and thank goodness for that. I mean, kids need loving families right now more than anything else. But I think when you're looking at a card in front of a preschooler that has a mommy hugging a daddy with a baby in his belly, that's just not age-appropriate material to be showing preschoolers.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So as we all continue to contend with the pain at the pump, had a word from the Chief Executive Officer of Chevron, who says he does not expect another oil refinery to be built in the United States ever again, pointing to decades of federal government policies. There hasn't been a refinery built in this country since the 1970s. Now, I do know they have taken existing refineries and expanded existing refineries since the 70s. Let's see, Worth was at the Bernstein Strategic Decisions Conference last week when he was asked about the prospect of new capacity being added in the Gulf of Mexico, to which he said, quote, "I personally don't believe there will be a new petroleum refinery ever built in this country again. Capacity is added by debottlenecking existing units by investing in existing refineries, but what we've seen over the last several years are actual shutdowns. We've seen refineries closed. We've seen units come down. We've seen refineries being repurposed to become biorefineries. And we live in a world where the policy, the stated policy of the United States government is to reduce demand for the products that the refiners are actually producing. He went on to list some examples of the corporate average fuel economy, the CAFE standards as they call them. Fuel efficiency in vehicles that Congress first enacted all the way back in the 70s. The renewable fuel standards created in 2005, requiring a certain amount of biofuels like ethanol to replace petroleum-based fuels, and electric vehicle tax subsidies at every level of the system. The policy of our government has been to reduce demand. So it's very hard in a business where investments have a payout period of a decade or more, when you've got the stated policy of the government for a long time is reducing demand for the products you're making. Now, to put things in perspective, he asked rhetorically, how do you go to your board? How do you go to your shareholders and say, we're going to spend billions of dollars on new capacity in the market that is, the policy is taking you in the other direction? All this as we grapple with record gasoline prices. We hit a fresh record on Sunday, hitting the $4.80 per gallon mark. U.S. crude closed out on Friday at $118.87 per barrel, nearly $119 per barrel. I mean, that's even with releasing 180 million barrels, 1 million barrels per day from the already depleted Strategic Petroleum Reserve. All right, so what was his final comment again from Chevron? We raised our Permian Basin production growth outlook to 15% this year. So the narrative you hear that the industry's not adding production right now, it's not true. We are adding production, and the industry is growing production, but for whatever reason, it's not impacting the prices, is it? Hey, good morning, Eagle. What's happening this Monday?
Yeah, I'm out here on the road tonight. Steve. I got some things I wanted to talk to you about, but I forgot to tell you this last week when it comes to the loser, Joe Biden. I've been telling you, when is him and Kamala going to come down to the U.S. border? Remember last week, last week or the week before that, he went down to where the school shooting was. He was less than an hour or two from the U.S. border, and guess what? Joe Biden still didn't go down to the U.S. border. He could have easily took a little ride down there to see what was going on with the border situation. So, just anybody that's out there listening to me tonight who say that Joe Biden is concerned with the border situation, that's your answer right there. If he was, he could have easily made a trip down to the U.S. border from where the shooting took place. Now, here we go again, Steve, another weekend. And like I told you last week, for those people out there who thought that the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas was the last shooting you was going to see, I guess you thought wrong, because over the weekend, how many mass murders did we have over the weekend? It looked like we had 3 or 4 more in Philadelphia Saturday night. Over 20 people got gunned down. Just today, somebody went into a hospital and shot more individuals in hospitals. I think that happened on Friday too. So we got a real serious problem right now, Steve, in America. But here's what I think really going on. You got a lot of copycatters out there right now, Steve. Like I told you last Thursday when we talked. The news media is talking about this stuff way too much. And these losers, they have nothing going on in their life, and they see only way they can get their name is the newspapers or the TV is to do something bad. And this is what's happening, I believe, right now, because we've had guns, like I told you last week. The gun is not the problem, Steve. We've had guns in America for I don't know how many years, and we've never had an epidemic of crime like this. So, like I say, I believe they need the news media needs to stop focusing on these people and stop publicizing it so much, because I think that's what's agitating these things on. Now, Joe Biden, if he had his way, Steve, but like I said, there's too many guns in America. Joe Biden and his people, they would love to go door to door and take guns away from people if Joe Biden could get, but that will never pass in America. But believe me, that's what he want to do. Same thing as the man up there in Canada who's got his gun confiscation. Joe Biden wish he could do that. He wish he had as much power as that guy. When he says that he wants to do something with the guns, that's what they really want to do. Yeah, but that's never going to happen in America. So Joe Biden, he needs to focus on other things. Like I told you last week, Steve, they're focusing on the wrong thing, and meanwhile, people are continuing to lose their lives while Joe Biden and the Democrats keep focusing on the guns. They need to focus on the people behind the gun. That's the problem. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, they focusing on the wrong thing, and like I said, we're gonna continue to have these shootings. It's just a matter of time before the numbers are gonna get even higher. You might see 40 or 50 people killed in one time in the next couple of weeks. And another thing that I believe, Steve, that is agitating these shootings is, we was under the pandemic. A lot of people were shut out from their jobs, shut out from society, shut out from work for a year and a half, 2 years. And a lot of people have been frustrations. A lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people lost their homes, cars, everything. And people are on edge right now. And I believe that's another thing that's driving up these shootings. But here's the main problem, Steve. Never in my life, Steve, I remember 2.5 years ago when I used to talk to the other guy that used to host the show. And never in my life did I think that America would be in this position that we're in right now as far as the inflation is. The prices that I'm seeing now, Steve, it's just ridiculous. And you can understand why people are all this. The food prices are out of control. The gasoline prices are the rent prices. Everything that you purchase in America right now is out of control right now, Steve. I told you how bad it is for my trucking company, and I drive for a major company. Now they have limited us to $999. After you get to $999, the pump shuts off.
Yep.
Because you're still not going to get a full tank of gas, and that's a damn shame. You put $1,000 and you still don't get your truck full of fuel. So they don't even to fill up a truck now, Steve. I got 150-gallon tanks on both of my trucks. On one, so I got 300 gallons. It takes damn near $1,300 to $1,400 to fill that truck up, and this is totally ridiculous. The same thing with the cars. Joe Biden, like I said, he's the one that ruined this thing. He can blame Joe Putin. He can blame Vladimir Putin all he wants. But he's the one that shut down the pipeline, and he still ain't opened up the pipeline. You know, Joe Biden keeps saying that he's concerned about the American people, that he's upset about the high price. He's not upset about it, because if he was, he'd open up the refineries in the fuel pipeline and start pumping this damn fuel out so we can get these prices back down. So, like I said, anybody that, if after 2 years of Biden in the White House, anybody that still thinks that Joe Biden is on their side, I don't know what country you're living in, but you're not living in the United States. And the sad part about it is, Steve, we still got 2 more years of this. And like I say, the price of food, you just go into your local grocery store. They got down here in Texas where I live at, Steve, you actually have barbecue restaurants that are closing up, going out of business because they can't make a profit because the meat costs so much, the steaks, the brisket, the whatever kind of meat that they use. They can't afford to purchase the meat and then pass it on to the customer because the price is so expensive. So these barbecue restaurants are going out of business. These prices are putting people out of work right now. And it's I've never seen nothing. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime. And now they even talking about now, Steve, we having a heat wave down here in Texas, over 100 degrees. Now they talking about the power might go out.
Yep.
We might have no electricity. The power might go. So like I say, all these things lead to people being on edge, people being mad at each other, and if you have a firearm in your hand, one little thing can touch it, make somebody do something that they really shouldn't do. So, like I said, I've never seen I'm gonna say this one more time. I've never seen the U.S. in this position right now, but we're in the worst position that we've ever been in my lifetime. And the sad part about it is I don't see no bright light unless we get this clown out of the White House. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, Joe Biden, he said that he was concerned about the shooting and the gas prices and all that. But it seemed to me every week Joe Biden goes over to his summer home, his vacation home over there in Delaware, and relax and kick his legs back while the American people continue to suffer. And, he talks about the gun violence. He wants to do something about that. Doesn't sound like he's too concerned about gun violence when he goes home to Delaware and kicks his leg up on the couch for the weekend. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a great week. Thanks for checking in this Back to Work Monday. Hey, when election time rolls around come November, what's going to be tops on your mind? What are you going to be concerned with when you go to cast your ballots? Obviously, there's no denying that energy prices, 83%, according to the latest poll, 83% of Americans say the economy is either an extremely or very important issue in determining how they're going to vote come November, the midterm elections. This is an ABC Ipsos poll. 80% say inflation at a 40-year high is an extremely or a very important issue on how they're going to vote. 74% say gas prices, which sits at about $4.82 per gallon nationally. Biden's approval rating on several key issues remain very well underwater. His handling of the economic recovery, 37% approval. Inflation, he gets 28% approval. Gas prices, about the same at 27% approval. The only positive approval rating Biden gets is from his response to the COVID pandemic. 56% apparently approve, 43 disapprove, even though job growth remained strong in May. Workers taking home bigger paychecks, but the price increases are outpacing those pay increases. Yeah, there's no denying high prices, particularly the gas and the food, is a real problem for people. Biden openly admitted that last week during his remarks in Delaware. But there's every reason for the American people to feel confident we will meet these challenges. Yeah, we're going to tackle inflation. Well, let's get to it. Let's go. Come on, Joe. I want to see the action, not just hear the words. I'll believe it when I see it, in other words. 22 past the hour. All right, clear lines here on a Monday at 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Of course, weekend before this passed was what we refer to as Memorial Day weekend, where we recognize, remember those that paid the ultimate price, giving their lives so we can maintain the freedoms that we've enjoyed in this country. Today is an anniversary day, though. June 6th of 1944, otherwise known as D-Day. Yeah, today, the 78th anniversary of D-Day. And on Sunday, more than 20 British World War II veterans gathering near Pegasus Bridge there in northwestern France, one of the first sites liberated by the Allied forces from Nazi Germany. Commemorations honoring the nearly 160,000 troops from Britain, the U.S., Canada, and other nations who landed in Normandy on this date of 1944. Veterans, their families, French international visitors, braving the rainy weather, taking part in a series of events over the weekend, and of course today, Monday, for the 78th anniversary of D-Day. Now, this year's anniversary comes after 2 consecutive years of pandemic restrictions that deterred visitors. And many felt the celebrations paying tribute to those who brought peace and freedom to the continent held some special meaning this year, as war once again is raging in Europe since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Dozens of U.S. veterans were also attending events ahead of today's ceremony at the Normandy American Cemetery and Memorial, which is home to the grave sites of 9,386 who died fighting on D-Day and in the operations that followed. Peter Smoothie, now 97 years old, served in the British Royal Navy and was one of those who landed on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. The first thing I remember are the poor lads who didn't come back. It's been a long time ago now, nearly 80 years, and here we are still living. Yeah, we're thinking about all those poor lads who didn't get off the beach that day, their last day. But they're always in our minds. All right, welcomed to the sound of bagpipes at the Pegasus Memorial in Ranville. British veterans attended a ceremony commemorating a key operation in the first minutes of the Allied invasion of Normandy, when troops had to take control of a strategically crucial bridge. Bill Gladden is now 98 years old, who took part in that D-Day British airborne operation and was later shot defending that bridge. I landed on D-Day, was injured on the 18th of June. So I was 3 years at the hospital. Meanwhile, on the British side of the channel, then 17-year-old Mary Scott was working at the communication center in Portsmouth, listening to the coded messages coming from the front line, passing them on as part of the operations on Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword Beaches. She recalls, "The war was in my ears," kind of describing the radio machine she operated. Yeah, when communicating officers had to respond to my message and they lifted their lever, you hear all the sounds of the men on the beaches, the bombs, the machine guns, the shouting, the screaming. Yeah, very emotional. Yeah. All right, we'll get a quick break in here, news break. Heat wave got you coming up, and of course, a quiet Monday on the phones as typically. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, meanwhile, they're in Baltimore, Horsefeather's neck of the woods. You've actually got the NAACP urging the governor there to declare a public emergency and deploy the National Guard. Yeah, National Guard to Baltimore to quell the gun violence in that city. You know, this violence in the city of Baltimore is a crisis. And up to this point, the government's been unable to quell the violence. So under an emergency declaration, the Maryland National Guard could be assigned to handle routine patrols, direct traffic, and respond to accidents, which would free up city officers to be in the community serving the backlog of violent warrants, solving homicides, and other violent crime. Ryan Coleman, president of the Randallstown chapter of the NAACP, said the group is usually concerned with Baltimore County issues, but the crime in the city is affecting the entire region. Obviously, criminals don't care about borders. They don't care how city-county lines, first and foremost. And so the way that Baltimore City goes is the way the region goes. So obviously, we're concerned about the crime in this entire region. Coleman added that a third of the people arrested for homicides committed in the county actually live in the city. We have a responsibility to support people in the city as well. Yeah, I don't know what the mayor's going to have to say about that, but like other major cities all around the country, Baltimore is just one of those experiencing an uptick in violent crime. They're on pace to surpass 300 homicides this year for what would be the 8th year in a row. Wow. Now, that letter after a particularly violent Memorial Day weekend, where a double shooting in the Inner Harbor left a teenager dead, another wounded. As of Thursday morning last week, Baltimore police reported that 141 people had been killed in homicides so far this year. Also Thursday, Baltimore police reported 286 non-fatal shootings so far this year, which is nearly a 6.5% jump compared to the same time last year. And the group noted that most of the violence, most of the victims of gun violence in Baltimore are indeed black. Marylanders and the U.S. citizens residing in the city of Baltimore are subjected to violence without any help from our government, they're saying. All right, Hogan did deploy the National Guard to Baltimore in 2015. Unrest after the death of Freddie Gray, I recall that. But currently resisting any calls for any sort of a military presence there in Baltimore. National Guard soldiers are not trained urban police officers. They don't need to be patrolling the streets of Baltimore. Baltimore City Police should be doing that. All right, so I guess I understand. So they're saying let's just use the National Guard troops kind of behind the scenes, doing what other officers right now are being taken away from investigating the violent crimes, so they can do that part of the job. All right, it is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Monday, a little behind. I digress. We'll get our news break and come back with more. Jump on in here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the Republicans are eyeing a chance to retake political control of Congress. This as many Americans are feeling their budget squeezed. With inflation near a 40-year high and soaring gas prices breaking records, Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott shares what he thinks Republicans could do to tackle inflation should the GOP gain majority control of Congress.
Congress is the one that's supposed to pass the budget, right? So if we're the majority, we ought to pass a balanced budget. We ought to say we're not increasing the debt of this country anymore. We're going to say we can pass legislation that's going to streamline permitting, reduce regulation. We're going to pass legislation that's going to make us energy independent.
Queen Elizabeth is making a brief public appearance on the final day of her Platinum Jubilee celebration. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Cvsa, you'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, coming up here in just a few days, as a matter of fact, June 9th, 10th, and 11th. Later this week, Branson, Missouri will be abuzz. A lot of big rigs. Super rigs, as it is known, turning 40 years old. They've scheduled what they're calling their big honkin' anniversary. Okay, big honkin' anniversary. This year, 2 celebratory routes with in-person and virtual components. Commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Shell Rotella Super Rigs. Kind of a tradition rooted in the celebration of truck drivers throughout North America. Missouri, one of the leading host states for super rigs, over its storied history, Branson Landing, the perfect location to celebrate community and the big 4-0, she says. There's a number of Facebook and Instagram live locations, a virtual garage, as they call it, with an exclusive Super Rigs experience, and more about the history of the show. They'll have an on-site fishing demos with the professional angler, Jimmy Houston. There's the Friday Night Lights celebration, the Branson Fire Department's Touch a Truck event, and the contestant dinner at the paddle wheel. Now, the People's Choice Award, taking place virtually. That opens the competition to drivers all over the country. Voting will close at 3 o'clock Central Time on June the 10th. The winner will be announced during the awards ceremony there at Super Rigs. All right, so a lot of money on the line in addition to $25,000 in cash and prizes. 12 drivers will be selected to have their truck featured in the 2023 Super Rigs calendar, which will also feature the surrounding area, Branson, Missouri. So again, kicking off later this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as a matter of fact, if you can make it into Branson for that. Hello, Heatwave. Thanks for dialing us back.
Well, thank you, Senor, for taking me for part 2 of a rant. I'll get to my main thing here in just a minute, but did you see where Biden went ahead and took off $5.8 billion in student loans? He forgave them. He did that on Friday. Did you see that?
Yeah, what'd that translate to? About, is it 10 grand or something? I know. He said he's not talking about the 50 grand. I guess that had been discussed, but it was kind of a screwy thing. It was students from some certain university or something.
Well, I mean, you make a commitment. You say, I will borrow this money so I can go and learn this subject. And like a lot of people were saying, those folks that got lawyers and doctorate degrees and whatnot, they should be making more than enough money to make payments, if not pay off their student loan. So, I mean, who was this for? The underwater basket weaver 101 group of people? I mean, it ain't right. I mean, if they're going to go ahead and do that and just forgive debt, well, I've got a $253 or $1,000 home purchase that they can just go ahead and forgive, because what's another couple of $1 billion out here to take care of everybody in the country, which is what they want to do. And I'm not preaching this to anybody who doesn't already know it, and if you don't know that by now, there's seriously wrong with you. So the military is not to be political. And with Chevy guy talking earlier about the Marine Corps, saying, hey, we're gonna be a prideful company for at least a month. That's not what the military is for. I mean, if you're in the military, you cannot run for school board, dog catcher, city councilor. You're not supposed to do that. Why? Because the military is to be a neutral organization to provide protection of our borders and in the lives of the people, period, in this country. Yeah, we got bases overseas. We're basically renters, but that's not a military function to be political. So the Marine Corps, they call them jarheads for a reason. You open one up and it's kind of hard to put the genie back in the bottle. So now to Maryland, really, the NAACP is petitioning the governor to bring out the National Guard
About
to help
that,
out?
yeah, that kind of surprised me, yeah.
Well, wasn't there an organization called Black Lives Matter, BLM? Wasn't that supposed to be their job, to look after their people? I mean, come on. If you don't see what kind of a sham that this organization is, then, you deserve to get ripped off at every opportunity when they start screaming, we want your white money because you enslaved us. Well, that argument is far gone. It's what happened in the past is in the past. And you know what? It just wasn't black people that were enslaved. Their Native Americans were enslaved. White people were enslaved at one time, and they still are today, because it's a hot commodity to have a blonde, blue-eyed female in a lot of these Middle Eastern countries. It's almost like a delicacy to them, to use and abuse at their leisure. So, I mean, don't get off thinking, black people are the only people that were slaves, because it's not. Everybody's been a slave at one time to one culture or another. All right, now I'm done with that. Always moving. Dear, I respect you a lot for your opinions, and because I do respect you, I can respectfully disagree with you on your leaning toward gun control by taking weapons to an armory of a sort or a police station. It is impractical. Yeah, it may be a great way to control where these guns are going. You check them out. But first, you have to make an appointment. You would have to make an appointment on a certain date and time to get your gun. And, criminals really don't come out and say, okay, Mr. A, we're gonna rob you at this date and time. So, go ahead and be prepared. That everything works good on paper. It's in practice where everything, takes a flying leap elsewhere. You have to have access to your weapons. And truthfully, only those that would follow the law would do that. Criminals are not going to do that. You take the guns out of the criminal hands first, and when you have successfully done that, maybe you can talk to me about mine. But, Biden stating that the Second Amendment doesn't mean you can own a cannon. Well, nobody in their right mind, well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, I really don't want to have a cannon, out behind my house or in front of the house, because it would just be a target of vandalism. The cannonballs are a little heavy, and I don't know if they're going to have enough gunpowder to actually shoot as far as I really want to shoot the damn thing. But I mean, that's not. It's not like saying you're going to be able to buy an Abrams tank and the munitions that go with it. No, it was for guns to recreation, protection, for providing for the family, going out and hunting, animals. But I mean, you can't. I don't know. I think that one guy up in Canada, Terry, and really haven't heard from him lately, and I wish we'd hear more.
Yeah, I haven't seen him on the stream chat or anything since they had those big that horrific storm up there.
Yeah, and we were talking to him at one point, and he was saying, I think they actually do have that where you have to go take your weapon to an armory and then go get it, sign for it, do what you got to do, and then bring it back to the armory, because you can't stop anywhere, because if you did, that would be going against their law, and you're subject to whatever penalties there is for breaking that law. But I mean, dadgum, if you got someone breaking in your house, yeah, you can call 911 and pray they get there, or you can just dial up a 38, a 12 gauge, or a 30-30, and your protection is right there immediately. So it just depends on what you want to take to get rid of your infestation of crooks and whatnot. So yeah, like I said earlier, common sense is being doled out in an eyedropper because it is so scarce. Back in the 90s when Clinton was in office, he said he didn't want to worry about building refineries because it would take them 20 years to be built up before they were, be doing anything good for the economy. Well, hell, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah,
I mean, we had already
the time has come and gone, and we could have it. It could be doing all kinds of good for the economy, couldn't it?
Yes. So, I think states ought to just thumb their nose at this particular federal government and just say, you know what, we are going to do it on our own. I mean, if Texas has got to assemble the wall on their own border using their tax money, they might as well go ahead and say, you know what, put the refinery here where there's a source of water to help refine, brand spanking new, have everything up to standards, and just tell them if there's any shoddy workmanship, poor production as far as the equipment used, heads are going to roll. I mean, make it to where, you would be more willing to have and pay the extra money for quality parts, quality pipes, or whatever you need, and make sure that they are held accountable for anything that goes wrong. I mean, really, that's all you have to do. The hell with the termite or the grub worm or whatever else you think might be in that area that needs protection. Oh, heavens, the bumblebee. Well, we can't do that. Let common sense prevail. And those that don't use it, they suffer the highest magnitude of punishment that would be allowed under the law. Now I think I'm done with my rant. Senor, you have yourself a good morning.
All right. Thank you much, Heatwave. You brought up the student loan thing. That was, late last week. The Department of Education, I guess Wednesday, said they're going to cancel all remaining federal student loans used to attend any campus of the for-profit Corinthian colleges, which apparently shut down back in 2015. There were multiple federal and state investigations into whether they misled investors and students. So what that resulted in, $5.8 billion in loan forgiveness for about 560,000 borrowers. Apparently, the department was investigating problems at other institutions. This could lead to loan discharges for more students that were cheated by their colleges. One official said the reality is that far too many students have been left worse off than if they had never gone to college at all. Troubling racial disparities. Now, Kamala Harris, the now vice president, she actually sued Corinthian when she was California's attorney general, saying the company intentionally misled students about job placement rates and engaged in deceptive advertising and recruitment. Let me see. At its peak back in 2010, Corinthian enrolled more than 110,000 students. They had 105 different campuses around the country. Now, this is the part that stuck out for me. The department's move will cancel outstanding loans. Borrowers who have not paid off their debt will receive refunds of past loan payments. But if you have fully paid off your loan, you don't get a refund. So for someone that I guess owes, maybe they stop paying, they owe a handful of it. They're going to get the money they paid back, but those who have totally paid their debt off, that doesn't make a bit of sense to me. Officials said they continue to study broader student loan relief options. To date, they've approved $25 billion in loan relief for about 1.3 million borrowers for a handful of reasons. But looking at more. With that news update, top of the hour, hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's ongoing talk in Washington about how the Biden administration will work with Congress to regulate guns following a recent string of mass shootings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi putting forward a gun bill that will be voted on in the House next week. Democratic Senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy, with an update on the bipartisan negotiations.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
That audio courtesy of CNN's State of the Union. Rough seas are predicted along the East Coast because of Tropical Storm Alex. The storm that drenched Florida with heavy rain turned into a tropical storm Sunday, becoming the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Abbott Nutrition on Saturday restarted production at its baby formula plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Operations were halted 4 months ago over possible product contaminants leading to a nationwide shortage of baby formula. This as Operation Fly Formula continues, with millions of cans of baby formula being flown in from around the world, including the United Kingdom and Australia.
We'll be supplying 2 million cans, that's 54 million bottle feeds between between next week and November to American parents. A crisis like this in the biggest consumer economy in the world should never happen.
Will McMahon, the co-founder of Kendall Mill Baby Supply Formula. Josh Duggar is appealing his conviction after being sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child pornography. His lawyers arguing the government didn't disclose evidence against him in a reasonable amount of time. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One of the shooting victims who survived the Uvalde shooting last week is being released from the hospital. University Hospital in San Antonio announcing on Twitter that a 9-year-old shooting victim has been discharged. A 10-year-old boy remains in serious condition, and a 66-year-old woman believed to be the shooter's grandmother is in good condition. American Airlines is grounding 100 regional flights due to a pilot shortage. CEO Robert Issam telling the Bernstein Strategies Decisions Conference in New York there's a bit of a supply and demand imbalance. The North Texas-based airline is trying to make up by using larger jets. American is working to hire more pilots as it gets ready for a slew of retirements between 2023 and 2029. A flashcard depicting a pregnant man was used in a North Carolina preschool classroom to teach colors. Some parents are concerned that they were not told this was being used. North Carolina State Representative Erin Perret says she's glad the principal and school district acted immediately.
Loving families come in all different shapes and sizes, and thank goodness for that. I mean, kids need loving families right now more than anything else. But I think when you're looking at a card in front of a preschooler that has a mommy hugging a daddy with a baby in his belly, that's just not age-appropriate material to be showing preschoolers.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, back in hour number 1 when we first got things fired up. It was Monday morning. We were talking about some strong storms moving through parts of Kansas. They've now dropped down into northeastern and north central Oklahoma, still prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, even at this late night, early morning hour. Talking 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds with some of these cells. Here's some of the latest counties: Creek County, Pawnee County, Tulsa County. They're in northeast Oklahoma. Go some strong storms pushing through the Tulsa area. Got torrential rains that continue to fall there in southeastern Kansas. Looks like based on the motion, some of these are going to be maybe dropping down toward Joplin, Missouri in the next hour or so. Again, Tulsa in line for some of those strong storms. Stillwater, Oklahoma. And so definitely slowing things down for your travels in parts of Kansas and Oklahoma this morning. Separately, see some showers, thunderstorms breaking out there in north central and central Arkansas this morning. Not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings at this point in time, but anywhere from about Mountain Home all the way down to Hazen, Arkansas. Most of the action, I see, that's all moving kind of like from northwest to southeast. The movement of those particular storms there. So, all right, with that, let's get back to our calls this Monday. New week underway. It's 844-844-3388. What's happening with Philip this morning? Hey there.
Hey, bud. Just driving to work, doing my usual thing here. I was listening to Heatwave's little rant there about gun control and stuff, and I think we're just overthinking the process, Steve. I mean, I know we've had a lot of shootings, don't get me wrong, and I think America now realizes that we have a large rate of mental illness going on, and that we need to address it. I think that's more about what we need to address than just going out and taking a gun away from somebody. This gun right, this it's getting crazier, and I don't think a lot of people think about the long gun deal that Texas had. They said they've had, I think, what they say, 60 years in place, Steve, that their laws about their long guns. Back in the day, a rifle was only used for hunting, and that's pretty much what they did back in the day. I mean, was hunting with them. They didn't have 223s back in the 30s, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just like a lot of people need to understand that, you know, a lot of the deals with rifles has to deal with back in the day with hunting. You know, you had, you know, people going out and going hunting, you know. But this gun control thing, it's a very slippery slope that people don't get with it right. And I really think a lot of them are overthinking the process about armories and about all this other stuff. It's just pretty simple. You need to make sure that you can do some kind of mental evaluation on somebody before you let them go and buy a gun. And I know that sounds kind of, you know, not right, but that sounds like, what do you think, Steve?
Like you said, the word slippery slope, that's where you have to be careful what you wish for, be careful what you agree to, because there may be the unintended consequences. I'm trying to go back. We've been here, we've done this before. We had what the quote assault weapons ban back in the 90s. And, why did they let that expire? If memory serves, it wasn't all that successful in actually making a difference.
I don't think it was at all, to be quite honest, Steve. I mean, if people want a weapon, they're going to get it. I don't care what anybody says, legal or illegal. If they want a weapon bad enough, they're going to get it. And that's the way it's going to be. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, you look at the amount of illegal weapons that are out there right now on the street, and there are a ton of them. And you look at the people with the knowledge, now I'm saying this knowledge on our internet to build things. You can go get a 3D printer and you can build anything on a 3D printer if you put your mind to it. I mean, anything. I mean, they're making rocket engines on a 3D printer. You can't tell me you can't make a firearm or a weapon, some kind of weapon on a 3D printer. It can be done. And all that technology, you can do it. Now, are they going to ban 3D printers? No, you can't do that because everybody, the 3D printers are not used just for weaponry. It's used for a lot of different things. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of information that people can get access to on the internet and do anything. I mean, you can do anything on the internet. You can find anything. I mean, you want to fix a tire on your car, you can go on the internet. If you want to build something, anything. If you want to learn how to build a kitchen table, you can do it on the internet. I mean, it's just that way. And it's the same thing with a gun. You get the way that we have today, the technology that we have today, and the generation that's come up through this technology, they want to build a gun, they just go on there. They don't need to go down and buy a gun. That's what I'm saying. Everybody, guns, you can get a gun any way you want to get it. You can go to a flea market and buy a gun. I mean, come on. So that's my big thing. I think they're totally overthinking the process. I mean, sure, we need the gun control. Don't get me wrong. We need to get it out of the hands of the people that are crazy with mental illness. And that's something here in America that has never been addressed. Steve, do you hear any more about the asylums that they used to have back in the day, the infirmaries and whatnot?
No.
Do you remember?
No.
You don't hear about that much, no, do you? Okay, well, it's been kind of swept underneath the rug, because you never really wanted to talk about crazy people. Okay, well, guess what, folks? We've got to step up to the plate and talk about them now because they're killing people. Okay? We got to sit down and we got to talk about it. And we got to figure it out instead of just pushing it under the rug. And about the forbearance, or what was it, for the college? Now, that school went out of business. If it was deemed that school was making illegal issues, you're gonna have to take it case by case. I know there was a lot of people involved in that school. Don't get me wrong. Sucks to be them, but it's just one of those deals. You got to take it case by case. We are dishing out too many freebies in the United States. I'm sorry, I hate to say this. We're dishing out too much freebie. There's way too much stuff. We need to sit down and make people understand, hey, if you buy something, you got to pay for it. Now, if you put it on a credit, you got to pay for it. God only knows I got enough credit cards. But the thing about it is, it's like, you know what? I make my payments. I do what I have to do to pay for it. You have to pay your bills. Sorry, it sucks. It's part of life. Whether you're a lawyer, a doctor, whatever, you still have to pay your bills. It's the way it is. And that's it. So, but that's all I got today, Steve, and I appreciate you for my rant. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, thanks for your 2 cents worth there. Hope you had a good weekend, Philip. Yeah, probably a working weekend, right? Working. All right, I'll take you to the New York Times. Voters say they want gun control. Their votes say something different. Broad public support on the issue may not be as broad as polling shows or as Democrats hope. Nate Cohen writes, it's one of the most puzzling questions for Democrats in American politics. Why is the political system so unresponsive to gun violence? Expanded background checks routinely receive 80% or 90% support in polls. Yet gun control legislation usually gets stymied in Washington. Republicans never seem to pay a political price for their opposition. There have been countless explanations offered about why political reality seems at odds with the polling, including the power of the gun lobby, the importance of single voter issues, and the outsized influence of rural states in the Senate. But there's another possibility, one that might be the most sobering of all for gun control supporters. Their problem could also be the voters, not just politicians or special interests. When voters in 4 Democrat-leaning states got the opportunity to enact expanded gun background checks into law, the overwhelming support suggested by national surveys was nowhere to be found. Instead, the initiative and the referendum results in Maine, California, Washington, and Nevada were nearly identical to those of the 2016 presidential election, all the way down to the result of individual counties. They break down the numbers state by state. Yeah, the usual theories do not explain the poor showing come election day. Now, the support for background checks could resonate greater this year in 2022 or in the future than they did in 2016. Public support for new gun restrictions tends to rise in the wake of mass shootings. You look at Buffalo, you look at Uvalde in recent weeks. The public support for new restrictions tends to subside in fairly short order. These shootings or another could still produce a lasting shift in public opinion, but when it came to those 4 states, the poor results for background checks suggest that public opinion may not be the unequivocal ally of gun control than some of the polling makers it appear to be. Now, they had referendums. Let me look at California. We'll start there. The expectation versus the actual results for referendums on background checks. 2016 was the year. In California, polls showed 91% support. But at the ballot box, it was 63%. In Washington, 2014 was the year. Polls said 81% of the people supported. Vote time rolled around, it was 59%. Nevada, even more dramatic, 86% expected support. Actual support was 50%. And lastly, in the state of Maine, polls said 83% supported these expanded referendums on background checks. Actual support turned out to be, at the ballot box, 48%. It's pretty wild. With that, though, plenty of room for you. Jump on in this Monday morning. What's on your mind? It is 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
How many times we talk about the unintended consequences? It wasn't supposed to work out like that. It all looked good on paper, but when the rubber hits the road, reality, I've got a couple of separate examples from the likes of your left-leaning Washington State, your Oregon State. Let's start in Washington. Can you believe it? After Washington State passed a law to constrain police officers, drivers in the state are refusing to pull over when asked by the cops. Northwest News Network recorded nearly 1,000 failure to yield incidents this year. I mean, in 2022, police officers have described a sharp rise in motorists fleeing traffic stops, speeding away, sometimes in stolen cars. According to one county police chief, Washington House Bill 1054, which the governor signed into law last year, has banned police from pursuing traffic violators in their cruisers unless the officer is granted permission by a supervisor or the perpetrator is suspected of being under the influence or having committed a violent offense, is causing some sort of imminent danger or must be identified. Something's changed. People are not stopping for law enforcement right now, according to the State Patrol. I mean, it's happening 3, 4, or 5 times per shift on some nights. Then a couple times a week, even during the day shift. The change as elected officials have passed laws to restrict traditional policing tactics involving the use of force and the duty to intervene in cases of officer misconduct, more than half of the states in the country made some sort of reforms following the killing of George Floyd. Washington state Republican lawmakers and law enforcement leaders criticized the police bill, obviously saying this has hamstrung the efforts of law enforcement to preserve public safety. Gilligan showed me shared with me via the Facebook page a separate story, which the headline tells the tale. Washington state drivers don't have to pull over for the cops anymore, so they aren't. What are we doing? And we wonder why we're seeing increased crime rates. The unintended consequences. Let's have more police reform. And then, would you believe the overdose rates have skyrocketed in the state of Oregon after they decriminalized pretty much all hard drugs? See, it was the best of intentions. Their line of thinking was, well, if you decriminalize the drugs, people that are having issues with drugs will be more open and receptive to seeking treatment, not fearing that they're going to end up jailed. The unintended consequences, according to the statistics, overdose rates in the state of Oregon have risen. And would you like to wager a guess? No, it's not 100%. It's not even 200%. How about 700%? Overdose rates up 700%. The unintended consequences apparently is many, many more people are now dying of drug overdoses than when the drugs were criminalized. Voters in the state voted to decriminalize all hard drugs in the pursuit of encouraging those struggling with addiction to seek help. It was ballot measure 110, first of its kind in the entire country, went into effect in February of last year, after being approved by the public the year before. It made it so that it's no longer a felony or a misdemeanor of any kind to possess drugs in the state of Oregon. At most, people carrying hard drugs are now subject to a maximum fine of $100, which can be waived if the person receiving the citation calls a public hotline and receives a free mental health assessment, or rather, free health assessment. If a person is found to be carrying a personal amount of drugs like heroin, cocaine, or methamphetamine, at most, it'll cost them $100. Of the $300 million that was meant to be allocated to public health resources to fight addiction, to date, only $40 million's been dispersed. The Daily Mail reports ballot measure 110 has largely had an inverse effect, has led not to more people seeking treatment, but to more drug-related deaths and the proliferation of hard drug use throughout the communities in the state. You see, it wasn't supposed to work that way. We have overdoses increasing at drastic rates. State official Lily Morgan says, in my community, there's been a 700% increase in overdoses and 120% increase in deaths. The idea of this ballot measure was to, quote, improve the lives of people, to improve our communities. Guess what? You're not seeing that play out in Oregon. In many communities throughout the state, we've seen the problem with drug addiction now getting worse. Yeah, there's been a dramatic increase in overdose and overdose deaths. Yes, you've got the influx of methamphetamine in some cases laced with fentanyl, but beware of the unintended consequences. All right, we'll get a news break here. Lines wide open, clear lines on a Monday morning at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the Republicans are eyeing a chance to retake political control of Congress. This as many Americans are feeling their budget squeezed. With inflation near a 40-year high and soaring gas prices breaking records, Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott shares what he thinks Republicans could do to tackle inflation should the GOP gain majority control of Congress.
Congress is the one that's supposed to pass the budget, right? So if we're the majority, we ought to pass a balanced budget. We ought to say we're not increasing the debt of this country anymore. We're going to say we can pass legislation that's going to streamline permitting, reduce regulation. We're going to pass legislation that's going to make us energy independent.
Queen Elizabeth is making a brief public appearance on the final day of her Platinum Jubilee celebration. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Cvsa, you'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code overnight drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, Lucas Oil Indianapolis Raceway Park. It's where all the action was this past weekend. The Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. Looking at a photograph that Kyle shared earlier this evening. What a great photo. Yeah, that one's got to be framed, no doubt. Kyle says, can't even describe what this picture means to me. Truly capturing a moment that I will never forget. It's a photo of Justin Ziegler. I guess he's on the podium there, or I don't know if he's standing up on, he's on the dyno, or where's he at there at the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. But he's kind of reaching down and shaking hands with Kyle. Congratulations to Justin Ziegler, Jen, and the entire Ziegler Diesel Performance crew for repeating as the overall champion of the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. How about that? I mean, it's one thing to win. Yeah, he was the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge winner last year, and he comes back to do it again, back-to-back years, which I'll have to ask Kyle about that at some point. That's probably all but unheard of, isn't it? I think this guy they had a photo where he was on the dyno, either on Friday or Saturday, got 3,336 horsepower out of this vehicle on the dyno. It's a pickup truck, folks. Trying to scroll down here. Yeah, there it is, 3,336 horsepower on the dyno. How about that? Check out that video. Carolina Monkey Gouger, what's happening?
Well, good morning there, Steve-O. What's going on?
Well, you know, it's a Monday. It's typical.
Yeah, I had to get up early and go back to work. I got a couple stops to make up here in Charlotte, Fort Mill, and then Lexington and South Carolina. We're going back home. Got that grandbaby home Saturday.
I saw some of your pictures there. You had Biscuit in one arm and the baby in the other. How about that?
the other, I tell you what, boy, we were so glad. They kind of tricked us a little bit. They told us they wasn't going to let him come home the next week. And I got home Saturday morning, and I was sitting there at the house, and JJ called me and said, hey, you get home? I said, yeah, I'm at the house. He said, we're coming by there a minute. We're up to feed the baby. come walking into the door with him, boy. You talking about one happy people? I was one happy people to see him. And he's doing good. Weight's coming up on him. Doctor's real thrilled about what they're seeing out of him and everything. And he just laid a little thing there. He be eating his bottle there. I had to wake him up about 3 times to feed him, and he didn't like that. He let me know right now he didn't want to be bothered, but you know, he got to get it in him, get that weight up and everything. But other than that, everything, it was a good weekend, Steve. Really enjoyed being around the house there and having that little knocker at the house. Because I'll tell you, he had us worried there for a little bit. But everything's good. Steve, have you been watching the Weather Channel lately?
A little bit. I tuned in a bit over the weekend, looked at the tropical storm, but not a whole lot.
Them people have gone completely off their damn rocker with this global
the climate
warming.
change. Yes, yeah. They've been on that bandwagon for years. They're all about climate change. Yes, pumping the narrative.
And right, and they have really went out of bounds. I mean, I've unsubscribed to them. I use another weather format now on my iPad to keep up with the weather. I got tired of listening to their bull crap. You know, they talking about drought here and drought there, and I mean, those places they're talking about supposed to be so dry are flooding. And the thing that got me today is I was sitting there watching it about 6 o'clock to just kind of get a lowdown on what was going on in the area, what was going to pop up, see if I need to leave home a little early or something in case it got bad thunderstorms.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy kept saying, well, the heat index in Columbia, South Carolina is going to be 103. It's going to shatter records. Well, the actual temperature is about 99 degrees, 98 degrees, which is about normal for South Carolina. In the summertime, living in the South, we're going to have those sweltering heating days with the humidity and everything. And, they were just trying to drive that home. And I mean, I turned over to the local weather there, was watching them, and they were saying on this day so-and-so, back in 1969, it was the hottest day of the year, 104 actual temperature and all this stuff. And, I'm just sitting there, man, oh, man, can these people really be that stupid? It just amazes me at some of the stuff they were saying on there. But, I didn't know if you had been watching any of it here lately. I mean, they have really went off the deep end here in the last year with this global warming, and a lot of the stuff that's happening out there in the West is due to Nancy Pelosi not holding that water back to make watersheds up there in the fruit basket and all that. Instead of holding it back, just sending it right on to the ocean. She put a lot of farmers out of business with her rhetoric out there in California. And it just gets me. But the other thing I want to talk about, let's talk a little gun control tonight while we got the hot topic going. It amazes me that whenever something happens, we got to take these guns, we got to do this, we got to do that, But they're not looking at the root cause of it. I mean, they're not looking at people, people will, like at Buffalo, people warned the police that this guy was on his way to do mischief. They just blowed it off, They had red flags up everywhere. But I get what gets me. You look up in Illinois, toughest gun laws in the world. More people are killed in Chicago every year than what we lost in the war, and Gulf over there. I mean, these gun control laws they got don't work. They're not going to work. AR-15s are not the cause of the problem. 9 millimeters are not the cause of the problem. It's the people that holds the gun. The gun don't do nothing unless the person behind the trigger pulls the bullet, pulls the trigger. And you know, I mean, we had talked about this a couple of days ago, and I never realized some of these videos how graphic they are. One of them that comes to mind is Grand Theft Auto. You know, and you got these kids playing these things, and mom and dad is not watching them. And that, have you ever seen that Grand Theft Auto?
Oh yeah, I have. Yep.
You know, that's pretty graphic. And they can just hit replay and go back to another game. They don't understand that when you pull that trigger, there ain't no recalling that bullet.
Yep.
There ain't no recalling that life, you know, anything like that. So instead of hitting the gun people so hard, let's go after these damn videos and things like that that's so graphic, that's corrupting these small children that think, well, it's okay to shoot somebody. All we got to do is push replay, and bam, it's over with. The other thing that gets me is a little old town just right south of me. It's not a very big town, probably 5,000, little farming community down there. Everybody knows everybody. Friday night, they have a graduation. Here come them hoodlums in them gangs, and I reckon they was mad because something, and shoot up a bunch of people down there at a graduation party. That's something else they need to look at. You know, why aren't they going after these gangs and things like that instead of messing with mine and your Second Amendment rights? You know, let's get some of these gang people out there, some of these gang law enforcement out there start busting these gangs up. It just amazes me that whenever something like this happens, they don't look at the root cause of it. I mean, it just amazes me at how stupid the Democrats are. And the other thing, Steve, have you noticed in all of this shooting that's been going on here lately, these copycats wanting to go out and make a name for themselves? You know, Las Vegas ain't been mentioned one time. And you remember what happened at Vegas a couple of years ago, that Jason Aldean concert, what, 54th year?
Yeah.
Have you noticed they hadn't even breathed that, and all of the shooting in the last couple of weeks has been going on?
And to my recollection, they never even really came up with any sort of motive or anything for that I ever heard.
No. And the thing about it is, when they found out this guy was connected with the government, the CIA or whatever, whichever one of them governments he was connected with, that thing went away like a hot potato. Boom! It was over. You know, never happened. I wonder why. It just gets me at how Vegas has just fell off the face of the earth. That's not even being mentioned. We never heard the motive. We never heard what happened up there. It was a hot topic for about a month. And then, you know, when they found out that guy was connected with the government in some kind of form, that was the end of it. No more. Never heard another word from it. So anyway, Steve, that's about all I got. We're going to go up here and throw these drops off, and we're going back to Marina Del Rey and play with that grandbaby.
All right, well, enjoy. Back to the old grind, back to work. Gotta make a living, as they say, right? Hey, we'll return into and room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigregmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, let me see here. Cliff is on board. Hello, Cliff. Good to have you with us. JR Two Wheels. Now, there's Hoot Who. Morning, Steve. A lively topic. Can't trust these folks on anything, especially gun laws. You know, they are proven liars. There's Rick in Columbus checking in here a bit earlier this hour. Saw your photographs there from your Friday morning incident, which was a neighbor or two doors down, whatever it was. Yeah, bullets, bullet holes in the door, drive-by shooting. Didn't see any follow-up there, Rick. Was that like a targeted shooting? I think, were they trying to knock somebody off in that house, or was just a random incident? Somebody decided to shoot off a half dozen rounds into somebody's home. That's crazy. All right, Barry on board. Morning, Steve. 44 degrees. We're going up to 76 for a high in southwest New Hampshire. Have a great start to the week. Let's go, Brandon. Hey, there's Sylvester. It's been a while. I've seen some of your posts via Facebook, so I knew everything was okay there. You and your significant other, he said, hey, Steve, sorry I haven't called or been listening as much as before. Lots been going on here. Anyway, we're tuned in today as I work on another project. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much, Dean. And hope all's going well there with you in the land down under. And there you go. A few of our friends checking in. There's Gary on board this morning. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. And it's 844-844-3388. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Just out here riding around through the countryside. Actually, went by the house and farm there that Jim McKay had there before he passed. So, kind of an interesting tidbit of Maryland, I don't know, what do you call it, geography there, I guess. So, anyways, so what do you think of Baltimore there? Ain't that a beautiful, beautiful place to live? Don't you want to just pack up and move of course, I don't know. Was that your neighbor, Rick, you were talking about? 2 doors down, had bullets in the house?
No, it was Rick. That was Rick from Columbus, Rick Friend, that listens in there. He's the one that called in or posted on Friday morning when we had Chris Gabrelchik on. He said, I just heard gunshots, had my window open, heard about 6 rounds go off, and it was literally like right outside his, they They were shooting at his neighbor's house.
Okay, I didn't know if it was one of your neighbors there that close to you guys, but I guess it could be anywhere. But yeah, you got probably more of a likelihood of it being in one of your neighbors if you lived in Baltimore there.
Yeah.
I guess they're saying now they're well on track to be at least 300 or more murders for the year. So as we discussed before, per capita compared to Chicago, I forget what the percentage difference is, but it's like 5 times more than Chicago or something like that. And it's just crazy the amount that it is. So yeah, anyways, yeah, we're back from Alabama, so ended up.
Yeah, give us the full report. What was the deal? The price wasn't right, or this wasn't what you were looking for? What happened?
Well, it was pretty much what I was looking for, but it wasn't quite the condition that that I thought it was going to be in, and it needed a little bit to make it be able to ride up the road. There was no way I could run it 850 miles home in the condition it was in at the time. So anyways, he had a couple of other people there that are interested in it, so I left him a number and said that if something happens and other people decide not to go on with it, and you want to part with it for this number here, I said, you got my phone number. So it's not a total done deal, but as I say, it wasn't ready to be what I wanted it to be at the price he was asking for. So
Gotcha.
So we just kind of let it go with that. And if, as I say, if in the future he gets to the point that somebody else hasn't wanted it for his price that he's asking for it, then he's more than able to call me and say, I'm willing to take what you're offering and come down and get it. So, which is, a possibility. So
Okay.
if it presents itself. So anyways, other than that, just on to look for the next one and see if something else develops. But anyways, yeah, not a whole lot other than that going on. Kind of a nice, relaxing weekend being down there. And of course, I was wrapped up with what I was doing by about middle of the day Friday. So since I wasn't flying home until late in the day Saturday, my return ticket, because we did 2 one-way tickets there. We did one down, one back, and figured if I drove the fire truck back, we'd just take credit on the return trip. But as it ended up, we used it. But it was kind of, they had a street festival go on down there. They got what they call their First Fridays. And then I know a few other communities do that, and they shut down, I don't know, 4 or 5 blocks there in downtown Florence, Alabama. And they had some vendors out there and some music and a bunch of stuff going on. And the city fire department, they were out there. They had a little fundraiser thing going on for autism they've been doing. And so, yeah, they had a whole bunch of nice stuff going on. Businesses were all open. And so we walked up there and did the little street fair thing. And so it was kind of nice. Florence, Alabama's a nice little city to go visit. Anybody ever gets a chance just to go hang out somewhere and want to stop sometime, enjoy it and whatever. And if you're there on a Friday evening and the first Friday of the month, well, you can have a little street fair to go to as well.
So no overbooked flights, no bumped flights, no offering you $1,000 to take a plane tomorrow. Everything went smooth on the flights.
Yeah, both the planes there, they were below capacity, and actually the one on the way back there, I sat myself down in one of the emergency rows there, and the flight attendant there, she said, "Are you can speak English?" And I said, "Yep." And she said, "You're willing to help us, if we need anything?" And I said, "You tell me who you want thrown off the plane, and I'll throw them out the door. No hesitation." She looked at me and said, "I didn't quite mean it that way." I said, "Well, I got no problem. If you tell me you throw somebody out the plane, then I'll just throw them right out the plane. You just let me know." And but I actually sat by myself. That was on that 737-800 there. That was it was only a 737-800. It wasn't the 800 Max, and that was the side there that had the 2 seats for the emergency side there. And I didn't have nobody sat next to me. So on the way back, I had that little row all to myself there, nice and kind of comfy, and nobody squeezing me in.
How about that?
So
good deal.
Yep. So we had a pretty good time down and back, and I wasn't disappointed. I got down there to see it, and I probably would have been more disappointed if I just kind of was passing up without going to see it. And so I was glad I went down there to do that. So cost a little bit, but whatever. Everything else costs a little bit now, anyways, too, right? So, but anyways, I don't know, not a lot other than that going on, but as you reported there and you talked about that, the NAACP there, they want to have the National Guard come in and help the police department. And if I remember when we did this whole George Floyd deal, I'm pretty sure Baltimore was one of the cities there that they had to shut down the street in front of City Hall, and they let the guys go out there and the people go out there with the buckets of paint and the rollers and wrote defund police in the middle of the road. Didn't want the police to have so much money and authority and ability to do stuff. Well, why is the NAACP, why are they calling? Wasn't it pretty much what would be their constituent type people that didn't want the police? Why are they calling for the police to come back? You think they'd be the last people to want the police?
There's another example of your unintended consequences of defund the police policies all over the country.
Yeah, it's just worked out well for them, hasn't it? Didn't we talk about that on the air, how well that was going to work out and how long that was going to last? Anyway, so I think you've got about touched on it there, and I don't know. Here's a question for you about the banning of assault rifles and that. Now they use a standard round there. Everybody's been talking about the 223, which is just a little bit larger than a regular 22, which actually is a pretty dangerous weapon in itself at close range. Now, the 223 and the AR and I don't know, the AK-47s, I guess I would assume they use the 223 round. Now, what are they going to do about the regular long gun that uses the 223 round? The semi-automatic long gun, is that going to be considered an assault weapon? Or is that going to be considered just a regular long gun like the 30-06 and 308?
That's what I said in the first hour. And they said when they're introducing legislation to ban assault weapons, well, somewhere they're going to have to come up with the actual definition. They'll come up with the proverbial laundry list of weapons that they will consider assault weapons.
But you see what I'm saying is that other guns besides assault rifles use that same round. And I mean, you can get a rifle with a 357 that is the same round that the revolver 357 uses. And I mean, I had a Winchester lever action model 94 that was a 356. You want to talk about something throwing a cannonball, but I don't know. It's just, there's all these other ones out here that carry the same round, and I still can't believe that these people haven't realized probably the best weapon to use. And our president, even as the Grump mentioned the other night there, our president talked about it. Best weapon to use is a shotgun. You get yourself a shotgun, you can do a whole lot of damage with that, especially if you got a group of people you're trying to shoot at. But yeah, if you remember, Grump touched on it there. Our president said, yeah, get yourself a shotgun, go out there on the back deck, blast off a couple rounds. You got a burglar or somebody bothering you. Go out there on the back deck, blast off a couple rounds.
And they'll hightail it. Yep.
But But the old Winchester Model 12, that shotgun there, that one actually is a little higher capacity because that one had one in the chamber and carry 6 in the magazine instead of what most of the modern, ones there, the Remington 870 and the Ithaca Model 37 there, they only carry 4 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. But the thing about the Model 12 Winchester is that for those 7 rounds, you only have to pull the trigger one time on the pump model, because every time you close a new round in the chamber with the pump, if you're holding the trigger, it fires just as soon as the chamber closes, it fires, and you can pump all the rounds right through there. And as I say, you only got to pull the trigger one time. Kind of an interesting little feature about that gun.
Mm-hmm.
But I forget the last time the Model 12 was made. It's probably, I don't know if it's pushing 100 years now or not, but it's been quite a while. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what I got for you. I'm no gun expert, but I've been around quite a few and done a lot of hunting with quite a few different ones, all different styles and sizes and stuff. And I don't know, as I say, if you're gonna take something down or want to make major carnage, I think people are making a mistake of not using their shotgun. But maybe we shouldn't encourage them, especially if they're going to lose all their assault rifles there. But anyway, I don't know.
Well,
that's about what we got going.
Glad you had a safe journey down to Alabama there and got to enjoy a little bit with your somewhat of an extended stay. All right, we're getting a little behind here. News break, top of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
There's ongoing talk in Washington about how the Biden administration will work with Congress to regulate guns following a recent string of mass shootings. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi putting forward a gun bill that will be voted on in the House next week. Democratic Senator from Connecticut Chris Murphy with an update on the bipartisan negotiations.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
That audio courtesy of CNN's State of the Union. Rough seas are predicted along the East Coast because of Tropical Storm Alex. The storm that drenched Florida with heavy rain turned into a tropical storm Sunday, becoming the first named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Abbott Nutrition on Saturday restarted production at its baby formula plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Operations were halted 4 months ago over possible product contaminants leading to a nationwide shortage of baby formula. This as Operation Fly Formula continues, with millions of cans of baby formula being flown in from around the world, including the United Kingdom and Australia.
We'll be supplying 2 million cans, that's 54 million bottle feeds between between next week and November to American parents. A crisis like this in the biggest consumer economy in the world should never happen.
Will McMahon, the co-founder of Kendall Mill Baby Supply Formula. Josh Duggar is appealing his conviction after being sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child pornography. His lawyers arguing the government didn't disclose evidence against him in a reasonable amount of time. USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
One of the shooting victims who survived the Uvalde shooting last week is being released from the hospital. University Hospital in San Antonio announcing on Twitter that a 9-year-old shooting victim has been discharged. A 10-year-old boy remains in serious condition, and a 66-year-old woman believed to be the shooter's grandmother is in good condition. American Airlines is grounding 100 regional flights due to a pilot shortage. CEO Robert Issam telling the Bernstein Strategies Decisions Conference in New York there's a bit of a supply and demand imbalance. The North Texas-based airline is trying to make up by using larger jets. American is working to hire more pilots as it gets ready for a slew of retirements between 2023 and 2029. A flashcard depicting a pregnant man was used in a North Carolina preschool classroom to teach colors. Some parents are concerned that they were not told this was being used. North Carolina State Representative Erin Perez says she's glad the principal and school district acted immediately.
Loving families come in all different shapes and sizes, and thank goodness for that. I mean, kids need loving families right now more than anything else. But I think when you're looking at a card in front of a preschooler that has a mommy hugging a daddy with a baby in his belly, that's just not age-appropriate material to be showing preschoolers.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Final hour here on a Monday. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a good weekend. Oh boy, you ain't gonna believe this. Here, all these years we thought it was our, the tailpipes, the emissions. Those automobiles, the internal combustion engine is killing us, right? Wasn't it Al Gore that said the greatest threat to this planet was not nuclear weapons, but the internal combustion engine? He actually said that at one point in time. Well, believe it or not, it may be our tires. Yeah, you heard it right. Our tires. Almost 2,000 times more particle pollution is produced by tire wear than is actually pumped out of the exhausts of our modern cars. The figures, the tests do not lie. The tire particles polluting air, water, and soil with a wide range of toxic organic compounds, known carcinogens. And analysts say suggesting tire pollution could rapidly become a major issue for regulators. Oh boy, next on the list, gonna regulate our tires, right? Air pollution causes millions of early deaths every year, globally. The requirement for better filters has meant particle emissions from our tailpipes in developed countries are now much lower in new cars, with those in Europe far below the legal limit. But the increasing weight of cars means more particles are being thrown off by the tires as they wear on the road. Tests also revealed tires produce more than 1 trillion ultrafine particles for each kilometer driven. That's particles smaller than 23 nanometers. Those are the kind of particles that are also emitted from exhausts. They're of special concern when it comes to health. Their size, their small size, means they can enter our body's organs via the bloodstream. Particles below 23 nanometers are hard to measure and not even currently regulated in the European Union or the United States. What are we going to do about this? Right now, there are no regulations on the wear rate of tires and little regulation on the chemicals they contain. We've now determined the chemicals present in 250 different types of tires, usually made from synthetic rubber derived from crude oil. There's hundreds and hundreds of chemicals, many of which are carcinogenic. When you multiply that by the total wear rates, you get some very staggering figures as to what's being released. The tires are going to kill us now. Boy, oh boy, where does it end? All right, it's 844-844-3388. Pappy on board this morning. Hello, Pappy. How was your weekend, first of all?
Yeah, it could have been better.
Oh.
Yeah, Steve, I think I finally tuned in about 3:15 this morning and tied up doing paperwork. Imagine this, Steve. 20-year-old male walking across the street was observed by an officer. And he knew this kid because he's not real upstanding citizen. He had a couple warrants out for his arrest, so he went to stop him. Took off on foot, had a little satchel he was carrying, and went around, jumped a couple fences, came around a couple other backyards, and other officers snatched him up. He stopped running. Well, when they put the handcuffs on him, Steve, he didn't have the satchel on him anymore, right?
Yeah.
And then he didn't want to go in the back of a police car, and we ended up having to do a use of force. So me being the boss gets stuck with about at least 12 to 16 hours worth of paperwork for this. But Steve, here's the kicker. This 20-year-old, as a juvenile, had a conviction for aggravated robbery, Steve. It was against the law for him to be carrying that gun. He was CCW to begin with, and he had weapons under disability because he wasn't allowed to be anywhere around a gun. Imagine that.
Don't reckon he legally purchased that gun, did he?
No. I don't know if it came up stolen or not. I don't think it did, but he didn't walk in Joe's gun store to purchase that gun because he would have failed what? A background check.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Steve. These people that create these laws, like out in Oregon, and these guys, a bunch of buffoons, Steve, What was this congressman or senator's name? I don't know. He's a far left liberal. He was on. I seen some video of him saying that, we're going to get these gun ban laws if we have to tear down the Constitution in order to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember his name. He was like, if we can't get it through because of the filibuster, we'll do away with the filibuster. If the Supreme Court rules against us, we'll stack the Supreme Court. We're going to do whatever we got to do to protect our children. Geez. That would have stopped this 20-year-old, right, from carrying his firearm.
Yeah, I think you're talking Mondaire Jones, a guy out of New York. Does that sound like the right guy? He said, We're going to expand. We're
Male
going to pack
African American.
Yep.
Kind of heavy set. Yeah.
We're going to pack the Supreme Court if it objects to new gun control measures.
Yep, that'd be him.
Okay.
Keep voting for him, people. Keep voting for him. And hey, let's just make everything illegal, right? The dope, Steve. Let's just make it illegal. You know, the Democrats never ask what if. I said this before. They never ask what if we defund the police. I don't know. Sounds like a good idea. What if? I don't know. Who cares? It's a good idea. What if we just legalize all the drugs, everything, heroin, fentanyl, everything? What if? I don't know. Who cares? Sounds like a good idea. You know. How much, Steve? Here's the question. When you were talking about this, when I left the district, here's what I was thinking. What is this costing the taxpayers and squad runs? You talk about overloading.
Oregon, 700% increase in overdoses. Yeah.
That's 700 increase in squad runs, Steve. I mean, think about that. You know, geez, oh Pete's, man. Running them guys ragged.
Well, it sounded like a good idea, though. The premise was if we don't make it, you know, it's not illegal to have your heroin, but so you'll be more inclined to seek treatment, seeing as it's not illegal anymore, right?
They never ask what if. You know, I'm sure it's probably mostly younger kids, younger generation. And I mean, you know, if they legalized heroin right now, so you go, hey, it's legal. I'm gonna start shooting some heroin. You know, most older people, you know, are kind of set in their ways, but the younger crowd, you know, if they're sitting around and a bunch of people are partying, hey, it's legal now. Okay, here, hit the meth pipe. Let's see what happens. Might have something to do with it. I don't know, but and they're talking all the same guy, Steve, that same senator or from New York, right?
Yep.
I've seen an interview with him walking down the hallway, right, at the Capitol. Reporter asked him, "So what's an assault rifle?" Right?
Okay.
His answer was any semi-automatic firearm. And she goes, "Well, you're talking about banning doggone every firearm here in the United States, most handguns." He goes, I wasn't talking about handguns. And so he doesn't even know what he's talking about, see? You know, most of the handguns that people are carrying nowadays are semi-automatic handguns.
Yes, they are.
You know, so this buffoon don't even have no idea what he's talking about. And the 223 round, Steve, that the AR-15 shot, you know what caliber that is?
It's 22, right?
Yeah, it's a 22 caliber, Steve. That bullet is actually 1,000th smaller than a 22 long rifle. The bullet diameter on a 22 long rifle is .224. The bullet diameter on the 223 is .223, or 5 by 5.6 millimeter. It's just got a lot of more powder behind it. The case itself is bigger. You know, you put more powder behind it, the bullet can travel faster. That's all it is. Like a 38, right? When you talk about a 38 caliber, it's really not a 38 caliber. The bullet diameter on a 38 is .357. You can take a 38, if most people know this, in a 38 revolver, or a 357 revolver will shoot 38 specials. It's the same bullet. The case length is just a little bit longer on the 357, or you can put a little bit more powder in there, which makes it a little bit more powerful. But that's neither here nor there. You know, I've been reloading, Steve, you know this for, man, I'm 62. 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time, Steve. Anyway, all right, man. Originally I called because you were talking about, all the overdoses out there. And, unbelievable the way these people think, I wish that was the answer. I wish that was the answer to stop the drug problem in this country, but obviously it's not.
It's not, yeah.
That's not how you're going to do it, I wish we had an easy answer, easy fix. But all right, my man. Work the weekend. I got the next 2 days off. I'll be back Wednesday, so I'll be enjoying this off time because I know what I got to do when I get back. I got more paperwork to do on that.
Never a dull moment. Well, all right. Enjoy your weekend, I guess you'd say. Your weekend, Tuesday and Wednesday, right? Or Monday, Tuesday. When it is 844-844-3388. Tell you what, we'll take it to the bottom of the hour news break first. Let's get to Donald here. Morning, Donald.
Oh, Shadow Chaser, Steve.
Hello, Shadow Chaser.
I got Donald all that. I don't know how they got Donald all that. Donald Duck, maybe?
No idea, but that's par for the course.
Hey, did you hear about the shooting they had up there we're seeing? I guess Thursday or Friday, right in the cemetery?
Where was that? In
We're seeing Wisconsin, right at the cemetery.
Wow.
Gunfire. It's amazing. Hey, I got a little story for you for electric vehicle. A friend of mine, mechanic, he's on his way home, and he come across this lady, a brand new Ford Bronco, stopped dead in the middle of the intersection. He pulled up to her and said, "What's wrong?" She said, "For some reason, my car just stopped running right in the middle of the intersection." He says, "By the way, did you plug it in?" She says, "Oh, do you have to plug these in?"
Okay. Oh boy.
He didn't know how to plug didn't know how to plug the damn thing in overnight. It's amazing. Oh, have a good first day of the week there, Steve.
Yeah, it's a Monday. It's, we all love our Mondays, but yeah, we'll get settled in. We'll make it through, right? Well, thank you for checking in, Shadow Chaser. So he's talking about the cemetery shooting there in Racine, which, by the way, they police confirmed there were multiple guns used during that shooting Thursday. No suspects had been apprehended as of midday Friday. Police also reported some encouraging updates about the two victims. A 19-year-old treated and released from the hospital. 35-year-old airlifted to Milwaukee, was awake and alert on Friday after surgery. But all this is police trying to piece together a crime scene left behind from the mass chaos that erupted during the interment of Deshante King, who was actually fatally shot by Racine police on May the 20th. Unable to identify or answer any questions if any suspects had been identified. Did not have an estimate of how many people were in the area when the shooting all started. But a video on Facebook showed dozens of attendees ducking, witnesses from nearby homes and a basketball court taking cover as the bullets whizzed by. Witnesses reported hearing a quick barrage of 20, 30 shots, followed by a handful of single shots. Here we are at a gravesite trying to get prepared to bury him, and bullets start flying everywhere. So it looks like the mayor there in Racine said the city's going to enforce their overnight curfew for juveniles. That was through the weekend. You've got a family already mourning the loss of a loved one. And this is a new low. The violence has got to stop. All right, we'll get a news break here at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the Republicans are eyeing a chance to retake political control of Congress. This as many Americans are feeling their budget squeezed. With inflation near a 40-year high and soaring gas prices breaking records, Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott shares what he thinks Republicans could do to tackle inflation should the GOP gain majority control of Congress.
Congress is the one that's supposed to pass the budget, right? So if we're the majority, we ought to pass a balanced budget. We ought to say we're not increasing the debt of this country anymore. We're going to say we can pass legislation that's going to streamline permitting, reduce regulation. We're going to pass legislation that's going to make us energy independent.
Queen Elizabeth is making a brief public appearance on the final day of her Platinum Jubilee celebration. This is USA Radio News.
Hey, this is Al Robertson with my dad, Phil. One of the things that we've noticed is, people start losing their hair many times early in life. Now, Dad, you managed to hang on to yours. Have you got some secret?
Yeah, get on this Cvsa, you'll be a hairy guy like me.
I've got a little gap coming up on top of mine, so I know the hair loss sometimes can be a touchy subject with guys, and so what Keeps does is help you hang on to your hair. It's clinically proven. It's FDA approved. They have hair treatments available online. They have a physician there, so make sure you get the right product for you. Make sure it's safe. There's no waiting rooms. There's no pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost. That's half the cost. If you have any questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So if you're a little tired of those balding jokes, go to keeps.com/Phil. 50% off your first order. That's KEEPS.com/Phil, PHIL. Keeps.com/Phil. Hang on to your hair.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I have to do a quick check, see if that had any impact on the likes of cryptocurrency. Talking about Friday, an early morning vote Friday in New York, where they passed a bill that will ban certain Bitcoin mining operations. Anything that runs on carbon-based power sources, which is now headed to the desk of the governor. She could actually sign it, or she could veto it. If she signs the bill, it would make New York the first state in the country to ban blockchain technology infrastructure. According to the founder and president of the Chamber of Digital Commerce, industry insiders tell CNBC it could have a domino effect across the country, which is right now at the forefront of the global Bitcoin mining industry. 38% of the world's crypto miners are right here in the U.S. of A. The New York bill, which passed the state assembly back in April before headed to the Senate, calls for a 2-year moratorium on certain cryptocurrency mining operations. Things that use what they call proof-of-work authentication methods to validate the blockchain transaction. Proof-of-work mining, which requires sophisticated gear and a whole lot of electricity, is used to create Bitcoin. Now, they say Ethereum is switching to a less energy-intensive process, but it still used this method for at least another few months. The 11th hour vote as leadership in the Capitol managed to flip some of the senators who were previously undecided. We're looking to curb the state's carbon footprint, cracking down on mines that use electricity from power plants that are burning fossil fuels. If it passes for 2 years, unless a proof-of-work mining company uses 100% renewable energy, it would not be allowed to expand or renew their permits, and new entrants would not be allowed to come online. Now, some are saying, well, this is just going to hurt the economy because businesses will take their jobs somewhere else. But I'll do a quick pull up there, see any impact Here's Bitcoin. All right, Bitcoin actually up, trading 31,409. Still hovering about that $30,000 mark, where it's been for about a month now. What's going on? What kind of baloney you got, Knucklebuster?
You better leave that phony baloney money alone there, because that's going to be the ruin of all of you, right? Well, you mean to tell me them rednecks on the other side of the pond are having a big old party? And they didn't even invite us, Steve. I'm a firm believer in one shot, one kill when you're deer hunting. Ain't no like gonna be out there pulling off them rounds just to be shooting them. Was Horsebetter trying to tell us that one of them Alabama rednecks was trying to pull a fast one on him there? By saying that fire truck wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, if it wasn't roadworthy for his 800-mile trek, I guess he thought it was in a little better shape than that.
Oh, yeah, that's and them Alabama rednecks are bad about that. So, anyway, they bad about winning football games, too. So, yeah. You know, you can actually take a 410 shotgun and put a 45 shell in it so you can still shoot it. So, I mean, you ain't got to have a pistol. So, have you ever met anybody that wanted to go to jail?
Can't say that I have, honestly, no.
No, me neither. But I tell you one thing, you don't pull over down south, you'll get the wrath of Almighty God poured down on your head there. Speaking of God, there, I've been to church 2 Sundays in a row, Steve, and church survived, and I didn't get burned up, right? So, well, you know what the best kind of cheese is?
Oh, what is it?
Government cheese.
Oh, government
they
cheese.
Got
the free cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, free cheese, yeah, because they got 1.4 billion pounds of it over there in them Missouri caves there. I guess they're trying to get rid of some of it here for long there. And we really ain't as smart as we think we are, because this artificial intelligent Mayflower boat, they tried to send it down the path that the original Mayflower went, and it made it to the right continent, Steve. It just didn't make it to the right country. Made it up there in Canada somewhere. So I read the invention of the donut was, we had a celebration of it the other day. A guy by the name of Captain Hanson Gregory, he invented the donut there. So I don't even think he's around to celebrate it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we're gonna get your phone lines lit up tomorrow night, Steve. I mean, they're gonna be burning because I'm fixing to make a asinine statement. I met a member of OIDA, Owner Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association member. I caught up to him doing the speed limit down here in Texas at 75, and he decided he wanted to hang me in the left-hand lane. Well, that didn't work too well, so he decided, well, I'm going to just take off and leave you. Yeah, he got up there about 90, so I'm going to call him a member of OIDA, Owner Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association. And I got him on film. He actually, I don't know whether he's an owner-operator or he is a company truck turned up there, but them trucks there ain't supposed to be running as fast as he was running. So I'm going to call his boss man in the morning, pull that clip out of that camera, and we'll see what his boss man's got to say about all of it, or the company he leads to. But anyway, I've had several of them pass me tonight there over there in Arkansas. Just boogity. You know, it's a $500 to $1,000 fine for speeding in a big truck in the state of Arkansas. So that ain't smart business. And here's what's going to get your phone line lit up. I have never, ever met a smart owner-operator. Never. Not out of the 35 years I'm driving. So prove me wrong, people. All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, have a great, blessed day. It's time for your quarter-hour break.
All right, yeah. So at least you did You admitted the prerequisite that I'm going to make an ignorant statement. What the hell are you talking about? I've never met a smart owner-operator. What is that supposed to mean? All righty. With that, we'll just take a try to catch your breath there. It's 844-844-3388 here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Here we go. Happy Monday. The Air Force Thunderbirds did not disappoint at the Fort Wayne Air Show over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Absolutely awesome. Nice to see all the Air Force hardware, new and old, in place as well. Anyway, ready to head out for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Glad you enjoyed the air show over the weekend. There's Steve checking in. Well, it's Monday, and we can't do anything about it except press forward. Myself and my new trainee will be heading to Indianapolis today. After filling the pickup with gas yesterday, I'm thinking of taking up exotic dancing as a second career to help cushion the financial blow. That should work, shouldn't it? I guess it all depends on what you look like, Steve, and if you can find some women willing to pay that price. And back to the calls here. It's 844-844-3388. Chris is on board this morning. What's happening, Chris?
Hi, Steve. Hey, I listened to somebody the other day that said, we got to stop all these guns from killing our kids, which is kind of a stupid thing to say anyway. But it made me wonder how many kids get killed by guns. And I think it was like 2018 was the last figure. there was over 3,000 kids killed by guns, but I just wondered who's killing these kids. And then in the same time period, there was 2,500 kids convicted of murder. So basically, they're most likely shooting each other. And there's not really a lot of details on that. A lot of them could be accidental shootings and things like that. But I don't know. I think Monkey Gouger was on the right track with these video games. I don't know if they're causing the problem, but it's the way these kids live. They drive the same way. It's on the same thing about, you're talking about them not pulling over. And Chicago I just passed by one, a wreck. There was 3 state patrol, the 3 lanes on 94, just right near Indiana. And there was 3 or 4 fire trucks. So I got over to the left lane, and there's a guy behind me. And he could see all this equipment in the road, and he's blinking his lights. I'm trying to speed up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when I got there was a car behind the guardrail, kind of right by a bridge abutment. I never saw a car burn so bad, ever. All you could see is the framework. I don't know if anybody got out of it or not, but you could see right through this car. Everything was gone. And this guy behind me, as soon as we got past and he shoots out and goes around, they don't get it, They just don't understand the consequences of what the hell they're doing. It seems like to me. But I don't know. I'm wondering if half of it isn't the energy drinks. They're all hyped up on energy drinks. I think that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, there's plenty of that going around these days.
Yeah, but kind of on the line of what Always Moving was talking about, I'm not necessarily in favor of it, but if they wanted to enhance gun background checks, for certain types of guns, they could add like a personal interview to it. That's what they do with machine guns. You have to get a permit from a county sheriff anywhere in the country, and a lot of them just won't give them out at all. And it costs tens of thousands of dollars to get a license for a machine gun, from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they need to go that far with it, but if they wanted to, of course, they say it takes forever to get a background check just through the paperwork. If they added like an interview with a local sheriff or something, it might put a stop to some of this stuff. But that's my idea. That's all I got.
All right, Chris. Well, hey, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday, right out of the box. Speaking of Monday, big news is the TNC radio team gets a bit bigger starting today. As soon as we wrap things up here in a bit, tune into Stan Campbell's Trucker Radio Show today, episode 839. Not bad for a show that was expected to run 10 or 15 weeks when they first fired that up. Coming up 4 o'clock this afternoon, Eastern Time. Tune into Shelley Johnson's Truckers Network radio show. Today, most of the hosts of TNC Radio's prime time lineup will be on talking about the new lineup as the TNC Radio prime time lineup grows to 3 hours each evening, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Hope Zvara of Mother Trucker Yoga joins the TNC radio team along with other well-known names, Shannon Courier, James Rogers. Listen in for some new titles this week. The Driver Podcast, The Southern Route, Clutch Time, and Mind Your Truckin' Business. These new shows, along with some of your returning favorites, aired each evening, then rebroadcast the next morning right after the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TNCradio.live. Coming your way here just a few minutes. All right, Chevy guy. Yes, sir?
Well,
knuckle dragger, you just painted yourself into a corner of stupidity. And now I want to get you, you're in a situation now, you're either going to have to apologize or just stand there and look stupid. You said proof. Now, granted, I've never met these three that I'm going to mention right off the top of our head of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive family, but two of them are actually living legends. I mean, people talk about them now. They've made their mark in trucking, owner-operators, own their own company, and when the day comes, the Lord calls them home, we'll be talking about them like they are legends. Nobody's going to believe what we tell about them. And that's Moose, that's Monkey Gouger, and I even throw in Grump there. So I'm sorry to do what they've done, and I'm no butt kisser, to either a couple of these guys. I bumped heads with them, but man, I know that was amazing. So we want to give you an opportunity to explain yourself. You said you never met any smart owner operators, but you might want to think about getting on there and explaining that you never met them in person, but you know they're out there. So that's not what I called about, but I thought that was important to throw that out there. I'm very much in admiration for these guys and what they've done in the trucking industry. They were willing to put a whole lot more of their life and their family and in their the life the only one life they've got to make a success out of their business, and they deserve respect on that account. Other than that, Eric, top of the hour, kept getting poked in the head. I'm sorry for calling back in the first place with the generous time given earlier. But I kept getting poked in the forehead on the top of the hour news talking about Republicans are now willing to talk about gun control.
Right.
Legislation. You know what? The only thing I want to hear about the Republicans doing, gun control and mental issues, right? Well, show up next time when Mitch McConnell, Jerry Nadler, Nancy Pelosi, and start throwing rocks at them. All right? There's your assault weapons. And if it hits any of them, it's going to hit mental illness cases. It's just amazing the insanity. And let me talk about gun-free zones. Oh, the military, they make the soldiers put all their weapons away in the armory. Okay, well now let me tell you, Fort Hood, these soldiers, many of them with marksman's pins on their chest, were slaughtered. So it's 16 of them, 17. One was pregnant because somebody come in there and just started blasting away in a gun-free zone on our military base.
Nobody there to fire back at the dumbass.
Until the private contractors finally showed up. Yes, sir. So other than that, Knuckle Dragger, appreciate. Don't get mad and run off. I enjoy your calls, brother. Everybody that calls in you too.
All right. And Chevy Guy's going to wrap it up this Monday morning. Yeah. You're somebody trying to poke the bear there, right? Okay. Hey, have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour, Monday night into a Tuesday morning. Hope you'll join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. lived in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.